GM says the Chevrolet Spark EV will be cheaper than its rivals. Starting price less than $25,000 when you factor in federal tax credits. At the LA Auto Show, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
At the show, the Ford Fusion was crowned 2013's Green Car of the Year. The Dodge Dart Arrow and the Ford C-Max also received honorable mention. And this holiday season, charitable organizations are especially busy, but Los Angeles city officials recently recognized one charitable group for all it does for the community 365 days of the year. Here's Yana Kay.
This is the angel right here. He comes every day. Today's a special day. We salute 35 years.
Councilmember Tom LaBonge and Sister Alice Marie Quinn are delivering a piping hot lunch as part of the St. Vincent Meals on Wheels program. St. Vincent has been delivering meals to homebound senior citizens, disabled individuals, and other clients for more than 3 decades. And for its work, the organization was honored by Councilman LaBonge at City Hall for not only the meals they provide, but also the companionship they offer to their clients.
Most of them live alone. They don't have anyone else. They lock their doors as soon as we leave, and they don't see anybody till the next day, and that's really not an exaggeration.
The nonprofit prepares and delivers more than 4,700 meals a day, 7 days a week in Los Angeles.
You've impacted the lives, and you knock it on that door, bringing love, bringing food, bringing awareness.
A small gesture that leaves a big impact. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
In 2011, St. Vincent's Meals on Wheels delivered a total of 1.1 million meals to people in need in the Los Angeles area. And in the same spirit of generosity, many people are thinking about families other than their own this holiday and helping to make sure those in need still have a reason to be thankful this year. Good Samaritans pull up car after car into this parking lot on Butler Avenue in West Los Angeles. They are everyday folks doing what they can to help other less fortunate families put food on the table this holiday season.
I heard about this event through Officer Rashad's police newsletter that goes out to our group and to the community.
It's the first time LAPD's West Los Angeles Community Police Station, in partnership with the LA Food Bank, has coordinated a food drive. Businesses, charity groups, and students got involved as well by holding smaller food drives.
I organized this food drive for Rancho Pico Junior High School to help feed our community and raise over 225 pounds of food.
Those donations were then brought to the West LA Community Police Station to make one large donation to the SOVA Community Food and Resource Program run by Jewish Family Services. The 2-week event culminated with a weigh-in at the station last month.
21.
21. We're over 3,000 pounds, and we estimate that we'll have about 7,500 to 10,000 pounds by the end of the event.
The food drive comes at a time when many families hit by the financial downturn are still struggling to buy the most basic groceries, like fruits, pasta, and peanut butter.
Well, the majority of our donations today are canned goods, lots of canned foods. We've had a couple of out-of-the-box donations. We've had some diapers donated, which, it's not food, but definitely, they're not cheap, and so it's welcome, and I'm sure there's going to be a family out there that's going to be very grateful to get those as well.
And what else is in this box of donated goods? A young boy. But actually, he's a volunteer, doing his part one can in one box at a time to make sure kids not much different from him get the holiday they deserve this year. Fraternities and sororities with UCLA and USC were among the groups that also participated in this food drive. And there are many different ways you can help the less fortunate during the season of cheer, such as by choosing where to do your holiday shopping. Yana Kay takes us to the Downtown Women's Center, where a boutique of handmade items has opened up just in time for the shopping rush.
Janine Betts has a reason to sing. After a debilitating disease left her without work and without a place to live, she's been able to get back on track after moving into a new apartment at the Downtown Women's Center.
I'm able to hold my head up and be proud of the woman that I am and the woman that I'm going to be. I no longer have to worry about who's behind me, because I know that God's in front of me and these women are around me.
Local officials, staff, and community members came out to celebrate individuals like Betts and the grand opening of the center's newly renovated housing units, where 47 formerly homeless women will now call home.
Oh, it's so exciting because that means 47 women are home for the holidays before it gets winter and cold.
The Downtown Women's Center is also celebrating the debut of this high-end boutique, which offers gently used and handmade items for sale. All the proceeds go to benefit the women at the center.
They're going to be able to generate a lot of funds for their programs, and it's just very comforting.
Programs that have Janine Betts and her new friends at the center excited about the future. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
Janine Betts is now enrolled as a full-time student studying psychology. She hopes to one day use her degree to help other homeless women. Well, things are changing at LAX when it comes to what's on the menu. That's because the Bradley Terminal is adding new dining and shopping options for passengers. Anita Bennett has the details.
Travelers at Los Angeles International Airport will soon be treated to a beefed-up menu of restaurants and shops. With a glitzy reception at the LAX Flight Path Museum, city and airport leaders announced they're adding 60 restaurants and retail shops inside the new Bradley International Terminal.
After this upgrade, travelers will have world-class shopping and dining options. They'll be able to sample some of the best, most inventive food LA has to offer.
Among those offerings, an offshoot of LA's famed Border Grill.
We'll be serving, all of our tacos and all of our signature cocktails. We're going to have a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh juices.
There will also be food from Venice hotspot James Beach.
It's like American, California cuisine, burgers, steaks, fish tacos.
The Westfield Group won the bidding war to manage the new $1.5 billion development.
The real key to the airport and the real key of what we're doing, and the thing that makes me the most excited about the leasing and the design, is the local brands that we've brought.
The upgrades are designed to make visitors feel more welcome. For years, travelers complained about LAX's lackluster restaurant and retail offerings. But airport officials predict most people will soon be impressed.
Once we've got the new Tom Bradley International Terminal open with all of the new food and beverage and retail opportunities, people will come early so that they can spend time in the airport. It's going to be a great place to be.
There's still more work to be done, but they expect all of the restaurants and shops to open their doors in the spring of 2013. At the LAX Flight Path Museum, I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
The new retail area is being funded by airport fees, the Westfield Group, and the new tenants. No taxpayer funds are being used. A big honor in Little Tokyo for a local icon who helped popularize a tasty, stretchy frozen dessert. Gil Reyes reports from the new Francis Hashimoto Plaza.
A dedication in Little Tokyo for a beloved business leader known for her feistiness.
No matter how badly she felt, she continued to fight for all the things that you all know she fought for from the time you met her. And when she really wasn't feeling well, she wouldn't even tell me.
The husband of the late Francis Hashimoto here for a posthumous tribute, the dedication of Francis Hashimoto Plaza at 2nd and Azusa Streets. Hashimoto, the president of the 102-year-old Mikawaya pastry family business, died of lung cancer in November. She's credited with popularizing mochi ice cream. Ice cream balls wrapped in sticky rice. They're now sold in supermarkets everywhere. Her business, Mikawaya, based here in Little Tokyo, was the first in the United States to manufacture mochi, but she was much more than that. As a prominent community board member, she oversaw redevelopment here in Little Tokyo while helping to preserve much of its cultural heritage.
I do miss seeing her smiling face and being surrounded by her contagious energy. And I will always remember her as someone who walked very fast in high heels, usually with a Tadashi outfit on.
She has been part of its growth, part of its preservation, and part of its future by today naming this plaza after her.
Also described as sweet and unique, much like her frozen treats. It's only fitting that mochi was served at her dedication ceremony. In Little Tokyo, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Francis Hashimoto was 69 years old. Voters have approved $62.5 million in local funding for the construction of the downtown Los Angeles streetcar project. The issue was voted on by area residents in a special mail-in-only election. Preliminary results indicated 73% of voters support local funding to bring the streetcar back to downtown. Councilman Jose Huizar, who has championed the return of the streetcar, says there's still work to be done to secure the other half of the funding.
Now, the total cost for the streetcar is $125 million, so we will need to go to the federal government to get that gap financing, but we are in good shape. The federal government has told us that if we finish our environmental review and get a local operational plan, we should be in very good shape to get additional funding to complete the streetcar.
If all things go as planned, streetcars could return to Broadway as early as 2016. The city's Animal Services Department is aiming high. The Cirque du Soleil show based in Hollywood is folding its tent, and an iconic landmark gets several new coats of paint. These stories and more in City Beat. LA Animal Services is reporting that more adoptions happened at the end of the month of October and that it contributed to an overall 3,500 fewer animals' lives taken this year in LA City shelters compared to the same period last year. The department calls these developments a giant step toward the city's no-kill goal. And now the city's animal officials are calling on Angelenos to help make the month of December the first month in LA history that 0 healthy or treatable animals are killed in LA animal shelters. They say people can help by adopting or fostering shelter pets. After going on strike just days after Thanksgiving, clerical workers at the twin ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach and their port employers, with the help of a federal mediator, finally reached an agreement that put an end to the 8-day strike.
I am very happy to announce that we settled the strike at the port. I mentioned that I went 56 straight hours without sleep. We were on a trade mission. We had gone to Santiago, Chile. We went to Bogota, Colombia, for one reason: to sell the port, to sell the airport.
The strike left 10,000 longshoremen who chose not to cross the picket line without work for the duration of the strike, and left the nation's largest port complex at a standstill. Cargo estimated at billions of dollars had also sat undelivered. The strike is the largest work stoppage at the ports since shipping companies locked workers out for 10 days in 2002. The Cirque du Soleil show, Iris, which opened in September 2011 at Hollywood and Highlands Dolby Theater, what was the Kodak Theater, is set to close its run January 19th due to disappointing ticket sales. The show opened at the theater with a $30 million loan from the city of LA, with many city leaders believing the show would be a Los Angeles staple, drawing locals and tourists for years to come. A spokeswoman for the theater's owner, CIM Group, said the loan from the city will be repaid even though the show is folding its tent. LA City officials joined the Hollywood Sign Trust recently to unveil the new and improved Hollywood sign, which underwent an extensive 9-week restoration process that cost $175,000, most of which was handled by Sherwin-Williams, which donated the paint. Each letter took about 100 gallons of paint. The repaint was the sign's most extensive refurbishment in 3 decades. The process involved removing existing coatings from the sign, pressure washing the letters, and applying up to 5 coats of paint in some places. A recreation center in Hollywood gets a little outdoor sprucing up. Rasha Goel has more on the improvements, including a brand new basketball court.
Treasure it. Don't trash it. Take care of this. If you see somebody doing something wrong, I don't want you to be pleased, but just say, hey, this is like your backyard.
John Muckery, general manager of the Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks, is referring to the refurbished basketball court at the Hollywood Recreation Center. Thanks to a recent grant, the formerly tattered basketball court now looks new.
The surface was really kind of bumpy and slippery, and the community would come out here and play, and they would fall, and the rims had to be changed regularly.
A $10,000 grant was provided by the Sprite Spark Parks project Connect, a program which helps refresh park spaces in communities across the nation.
By the end of last year, Sprite gave more than $2 million in donations to spark 150 neighborhood parks, athletic fields, playgrounds, and basketball courts.
This year, Sprite partnered with the National Recreation and Park Association to offer grants to help refresh basketball courts. The Hollywood Recreation Center was one of 25 parks to receive the grant, which helped revamp this basketball court. Some of the improvements include installation of new poles, backboards, and rims. Other improvements include resurfacing and restripping the court.
When they came in and did this, it was a blessing. It was a blessing. I mean, it was just tremendous.
I discovered this court about a couple weeks ago, and I've been coming down here ever since. I really like the vibe and the energy that is portrayed here, too, as well.
And who knows, perhaps this basketball court could be a practice place for a future NBA basketball player. In Hollywood, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
A new pool is also being put in at the Hollywood Rec Center right across from the basketball court, something facility directors say community members are very excited about. In this week's list of things to do, the Los Angeles Children's Chorus performs music from around the globe, a Stanley Kubrick film series, and a 5K run walk downtown. LACMA is presenting, in conjunction with the landmark Stanley Kubrick exhibition, a complete and chronological survey of the director's films. An innovator behind the scenes as well as on screen, Kubrick changed the public perspective of the Hollywood auteur. Though many of his films were met with some confusion or even outright hostility during their initial releases, they have become touchstones for filmgoers, filmmakers, artists, musicians, and mass culture alike. Go to LACMA.org for a complete list of the screening dates, but on Friday, December 14th, The Shining will be screened at 7:30 p.m. LACMA is located at 5905 Wilshire Boulevard. Join Homeboy Industries Saturday, December 15th for a great morning in the park for a 5K run walk. Registration fees will go to support Homeboy Industries, which offers men and women formerly involved in gangs an opportunity to work and get their lives back on track. The race steps off at 8 a.m. with registration and check-in opened at 6 a.m. at Los Angeles State Historic Park, located at 1245 North Spring Street, downtown. Participants will receive a free event t-shirt, a goodie bag, and a certificate for a free beverage in the Homegirl Cafe or Homeboy Bakery. For registration fees and other information, go to homeboyindustries.org. The renowned Los Angeles Children's Chorus will be showcasing music from around the globe on Sunday, December 16th at their 27th annual winter concert. The 7 p.m. concert will be held at the Pasadena Presbyterian Church, located at 585 East Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena. The program opens with Sing We Joy, composed in 1513 in England, and features folk songs from South Africa, Austria, Japan, and France as well. For ticket prices and additional information, go to lachildrenschorus.org. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. Mexican culture and music in the spotlight at the recent Mariachi Festival. Rasha Goel takes us to Boyle Heights, where music brought those from all walks of life together to enjoy the diversity of LA.
22 years and the Boyle Heights Mariachi Festival is still going strong. For more than 2 decades, the event has helped bring together people across Los Angeles and beyond for a day of food, activities, and mariachi music.
And it's a great tradition for us. We have some of the best mariachi to come out and give a free concert.
The festival was held at the Mariachi Plaza, a historic landmark in Boyle Heights, where mariachi bands have been gathered since the 1930s.
It's communal. A lot of people who come from Mexico, they go to their plazas, and something very similar is happening. They saw this in Mexico, so for them, it's great for them to come out and get that feel of where they're from in Mexico or Latin America.
For Councilmember Jose Huizar, who was born in Mexico, it is a way of helping promote the culture and tradition he grew up with.
I love this music, and I just want to make sure that our kids continue to appreciate it as much as I did.
For the young and old, it's an event they will always remember. From Los Angeles, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
The Mariachi Festival is sponsored in part by the City of LA's Department of Cultural Affairs and Councilmember Jose Huizar's office. That's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Hi, I am Los Angeles City Attorney Carmen Trutanich. I am here to talk about the problem of counterfeiting and piracy. It goes beyond the manufacture and sale of cheap, unauthorized goods. Such crimes impact legitimate businesses, employment, and even public safety. The money a consumer pays for a counterfeit or pirated item may very well be financing even more serious criminal activity, like gang crime. I'm doing everything in my power to protect the citizens of Los Angeles, but I also need your help. Please do not purchase these items. Together, we will combat these illegal practices and make Los Angeles a better and safer city. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Craig Irwin in Los Angeles.
Hi, I'm Trenton Irwin, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Good morning. It is Wednesday, December 12th. I would like to welcome everybody to your Los Angeles City Council chambers. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, as close to 10 o'clock as we can get. Everybody's welcome. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Could you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Carets, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zion, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Weezer moves, Garcetti seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Cardenas moves, Zion seconds. That brings us where?
That brings us to our agenda. Before getting into it, Mr. President, committee reports for items 5, 8, 26, 27, and 28 have been submitted and are now before council for its consideration. Further, there's a request from member to continue item 10 to this Friday. Item 10 to this Friday, December 14.
Okay, without objection. Let's begin our going through the agenda.
Very good, sir. Items 1 through 4 are items noticed for public hearing. We have cards currently on items 1 and 2.
Okay, specials members. Let's hold the first two items. And Madam Clerk, we're going to prepare to vote on the remaining two. If you would please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, next, Mr. Clerk, I think it's items 5 through 44.
Yes, sir. Those are items for which public hearings have been held. On item 43, there are 2 reports for council's consideration and a motion is required.
Okay. On these items, members, items 5 through 44, Mr. Weezer. I didn't hear you. Okay, I think he said 44.
Yes.
All right. Other items that members request to... Okay, and hearings has already been held. So, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let us...
Mr.
Yes,
President,
Clerk.
pardon me. For item 43, there are 2 reports on the file and a motion is required.
Okay, why don't we hold that as well?
Very good, sir.
Okay, so let's hold item 5 and let's vote on the remaining items. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay.
And, Mr. President, those ords will go over to our next meeting unless reconsidered before council adjourns today.
Well, I am optimistic that we can get to 12 today, so we will reconsider them. If you would remind me or inform me when we have 12 members here. What do we have?
Absolutely.
What do we have next?
Mr. President, items 45 through 60 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. On item 46, there's a technical correction. It's an appointment to the Affordable Housing Commission rather than the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles.
Okay. So do we have cards? Oh, in fact, without objection, those items are now before us. Do we have cards on these items?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on items 45, 46, 47, 50, 51, 52, and 53.
Okay. Mr. Weezer?
I was going to say 52, but there's cards, 52.
Okay. On the remaining items, if we could please, any other specials members? On the remaining items, let's prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That brings us where, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, that brings us to items 61 and 62. They're items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
I'd like to defer to the Budget Chair, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Krikorian, on items 61 and 62, can you suggest a direction for this council to go?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On item 61, the Budget and Finance Committee recommended approving the recommendations of the City Attorney. We can do that in open session. Item number 62, I believe, will require a closed session discussion, and we can proceed in closed session.
Let's hold item 62, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, did you have anything else to say?
For item 61, in the case entitled EEOC Claim of Elena Maddox, Fire Department, there is a recommendation for settlement in an amount not to exceed $350,000.
Okay. And there are no cards on this item?
No, sir.
All right, then let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, where does that... Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we reconsider item number 17 so we can put it over to January 30th?
Okay, item 17. Let's have a vote on reconsideration. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And that item will be continued again, Mr. Clerk, till what date?
I believe that was January 30th. January 30th, sir.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, we do have 13 members present, so if we could vote on, can we lump all of the ordinances together and vote on them again?
We can, sir. In regards to number 17, you did wish to continue that without objection. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very good, sir. The ordinances, that brings us, we'll need to reconsider items 6, 7, 8, and 48. 6, 7, 8, and 48.
Okay, so now let's, Mr. Cardenas?
In a minute.
In a minute, okay. So let's, the first vote is on reconsideration. Let's, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now we will actually vote on the items. Please, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, it's been a minute.
Yes, thank you. This is going to be a two-piece. One, my apologies. I asked that we reconsider and put over item 17, and that was a wrong item number. But I'm going to be very careful next time and make sure that our staff gets it right before I ask that a different item get put over. So if we could
reconsider the item,
reconsider
and vote
item
on
17
it again,
and take it up today as planned.
Okay, do we have a problem with that? Or
Mr. President,
do we have to suspend the rules?
We first need to suspend the rules.
Okay, so this vote will be on suspension of the rules. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now we'll vote on reconsideration. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Now we'll vote on moving forward with item 17. Let us, Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
I believe so.
Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now, Mr. Clerk, where does that bring us on the agenda? Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. President, that takes us back to presentations, item called special or general public comment.
Okay, it's my understanding that Ms. Perry is ready, and you do have a presentation. So with that said, I want to ask that Ms. Perry comes to the center microphone, and she's honoring a man that I've known for a very, very, very long time. Ms. Perry, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you very, very much. And I'm standing here with a wonderful man whose name is Jimmy R. Williams, and he is a wonderful, long-time City of Los Angeles employee. He is joined by his mother, Helen, who is right behind me, his wife, Maxine, right here, and his sister, Sally Watson. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Williams during my entire time in the 9th District. Mr. Williams started working with the City of Los Angeles in 1967 as a recreation assistant, and later became the full-time recreation director at Mar Vista Recreation Center. He served as a supervisor for 17 years at Gilbert Lindsay Recreation Center in South Los Angeles, operating team sports clinics, conducting carnival game fundraisers, implementing at-risk gang intervention programs, and organizing other special events such as Kwanzaa celebrations. He was born and raised in Los Angeles and is a graduate of Dorsey High School, Los Angeles Community College, and New Mexico State University. Right?
The Aggies.
Oh, the Aggies, yes, the Aggies. Jimmy was born into a family of educators. He has strived all of his life to be a faithful father, a husband, a good husband, and a great grandfather. I have always been impressed with his incredible work ethic and commitment to the people of our community. He was a key part of NBA Cares and the X Game events at Gilbert Lindsay Recreation Center and was honored to receive the Man of the Year Excellence Award from AFSCME Local 901 in 1996. Through his work, he has been an exceptional representative of the Department of Recreation and Parks, and I am very proud to call him a member of the city family. So today, I wanted to take a moment and celebrate his career and his life and the work and the contributions that he has given to all of us and the people of Los Angeles. Jimmy, I wish you the very best on your retirement, and you will be truly missed. And I'd just like for you to say a few words.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm happy to be here. I know I want to say all my family are family of educators. My father worked for the city over 30 years. My mother also retired from LAUSD, and my sister and my wife from DWP. So we're a community of servers, and I'm going to miss this, but I'm still going to stay active with the CPAT, the Community Police Advisory Board through Newton Street, and also deal with the Summer Classic. There's an all-star game that's going to be every year in my name, and continue the legacy of Wrigley Little League, Wrigley Field. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jimmy, I remember when I first met you, we were both a lot younger, a lot thinner, and it was in 1987. And see, what rec center was it? Baldwin?
Baldwin Hills.
Baldwin Hills, and that's where we developed our relationship. I hope you enjoy your retirement. I cannot envision you being retired, however. So, in about a month from now, why don't you call and let me know what your new venture is going to be. But I wish you and your family well, and it's been a great honor for me to be able to call you a friend for almost 25 years.
Thank you very much. I'm very
Thank you.
appreciative.
Let's give him a round of applause. He certainly deserves it. Spent most of his life working with young children.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
In fact, now, Mr. Garcetti, if you could just stay there, I want to sort this out. It's my understanding Mr. Reyes and Mr. Alarcon and yourself want to present the poet laureate, okay? So what I have on my notes is that Mr. Reyes is supposed to take the lead on this issue. He's moved towards the podium, so I would suggest, Mr. Garcetti, that you would go up there with him, and maybe Richard, Mr. Alarcon, could go up there with him as well. In fact, Richard is already there. So, Eric, are you okay? Okay. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. It's an honor to be here and share with my colleagues and the city the richness of our great metropolis. And part of that is in literature, in the arts. With me, we have the city's first poet laureate. I'd like to introduce to you a person who has, for the past 4 decades, Ms. Alice Klein Healy served as a poet, publisher, and teacher. She's the celebrated author of 6 books of poetry, an upcoming collection scheduled for release in spring of 2013. Alois has been awarded residencies at the MacDowell Colony and Dorland Arts Colony and fellowships from the California Arts Council, California State University Northridge, and a fellowship from the City of Los Angeles. She was the founding chair of the Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing program at Antioch University in Los Angeles, where she is Distinguished Professor of Creative Writing Emerita. Alois also has been a fascinating story with the Council District 1. She's taught in the Feminist Studio workshop at the Women's Building, founded by Women Arts, energized by the feminist movement in the United States. When the Women's Building opened in 1973, it occupied the site of the old Chenard Art Institute near MacArthur Park. Hundreds of women came from across the United States, as far as Canada, Mexico, Holland, Switzerland, to attend the Feminist Studio workshop here. The facility was also home to galleries, theater companies, Sisterhood Bookstore, Women Tours Travel Agency, a coffee house, and the offices of the National Organization for Women. So a real entrepreneur. In 1975, the Women's Building moved to a building on North Spring Street near Chinatown. Alois was also a co-founder of Eco Arts, Ecotourism, Arts Venture, and is founding editor of Arctoy Books, an imprint of Red Hen Press. Alois's poetry is deeply rooted in the city of Los Angeles, embracing the city's diverse cultural and geographic landscape, and she's also a Dodger fan. Alois is the poet of feminism and freeway traffic. Yes, folks, I said freeway traffic. The poet of canines and cars, of mythology and history, of loss and love. Alois is well loved by people nationally, especially in the city of Los Angeles. It is an honor and privilege to recognize Alois Klein-Healy in the council chambers today. And colleagues, I read my notes, but as an English major from UCLA, I do know that the talent and the sharing and how we enlighten ourselves as we go through these pressures of this great city is not only a form of relief, but allows us to nourish our souls. And for that, always I thank you so much as the city's first poet laureate.
Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause, Mr. Alarcon.
Now I'd like to invite my colleague, Councilman Richard Alarcon.
Well, colleagues, I know you've been in this position before. Ed said every single thing that was in my notes, so I'm just going to have to speak off the cuff. But let me say that as a former reading teacher in Pacoima, and as somebody who has been deeply concerned about the high rate of illiteracy in the city of Los Angeles, I think it's about time that we had a poet laureate. And so I want to thank Eloise for stepping forward to accept the nomination and thank the mayor for making this important announcement. Literacy affects the economy. It affects your personal well-being. It helps provide information to the community that enable them to make better decisions in their community, and it is critical that the city of Los Angeles recognize that by establishing the poet laureate agenda. And I do mean an agenda. The mayor has appointed an activist in our community, somebody who has changed the perspectives of the 60s and 70s into assumptions of today. Issues that were controversial then, we now take for granted. Back when I was studying feminism at Cal State Northridge, where I know you're an adjunct professor, it was extremely controversial, and people didn't want to talk about it. Even at home, it was a very difficult subject, and today it's taken for granted. I believe that Eloise's greatest contributions to this city are yet to come. And they are not only going to come in the form of her writings, but more importantly, in the form of her advocacy. Because, as I understand it, she hopes to reach out to the young people in our schools to tell them about expressing themselves. And I'm hopeful that in doing so, she can affect change on issues that are controversial today, like bullying in our schools. Allow people to be more accepting of people of other cultures, other genders, other faiths, and making our city better. These are the things that I believe Eloise is extremely talented to provide to our city. And most people before this process, including myself, didn't even know what a poet laureate is supposed to do. But I know that whatever Eloise decides to make of that position, it is going to make Los Angeles a better place. So I want to thank her for accepting the nomination. I want to thank her for committing her time and energy and creativeness to this process. And we expect great things from you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Mr. Reyes, you have a couple of other members who'd like to speak.
Okay.
So can I go to them?
2 or 3 more speakers, but let's go with the council members.
Okay, let's go with Mr. Garcetti.
Oh, that was just before, so I think we're in great hands, and I'm enjoying reading the poems. Congratulations.
Mr. Labange.
From Maine, I spring to Broadway, up the hill to Olive. Wouldn't it be grand if I could hope to pick a flower on Figueroa? Now, that's not my work, but that's a work of someone before that takes you on a tail. And poets take us on a tail. And I'm so proud of you as a graduate of Providence High School, but even greater. And Richard, you talked about feminism and the work. Immaculate Heart College, which was a great college, which got in a little bit of a zoning matter when they were trying to relocate all the colleges out to Claremont area. But you went to Immaculate Heart College, and that's where Sister Carita did her greatest work in so many ways. So much around you gave you the ability to come to this point, and now we're excited. And Mr. Reyes is not just the councilman of the 1st District, but he's the councilman of the 1st District Dodger Stadium. And I know there's a concept here, a little poetry before the first pitch, I think is in order this season. But also I want to say, Ms. Healy, what is so special in life, Mr. President. 1975, I was coaching football at John Marshall High and coaching baseball at West Wilshire Park, women's baseball. And this poet laureate was one of the great baseball players of, I think it was Archie's Gang was the name of our baseball team. And we almost won the city title, which was
great. What position, Mr. Labange?
She played all positions because she was that good. Second base, though, but she could play everything. First base and pitch as well.
She has one heck of an arm.
Super. Congratulations. And I think this is what makes our city. There's many things, whether it's a problem in a pothole in the street or a sidewalk or whatever it may be. But unless we have the humanities, it's not enough. And may I add this too, because we had this discussion, Mr. Reyes. This year is the greatest year for the foliage of the trees of Southern California and Los Angeles. And Ron Lorenzen of Street Services says because the heat and then the coolness and this rain has brought the colors out. So when you're out at night and you're on your bike, don't forget to wear white. Who said that? Mick Jagger on 12 by 5. Okay,
Mr. Labange. All right, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you.
I'm hoping you will regain control of this presentation.
Desperately trying, desperately trying. I'd like to invite Eileen Adams, Deputy Mayor, who's also been a big part of this process.
Thank you. Just very briefly, because we want to hear from our poet laureate, how appropriate that Los Angeles, probably the greatest creative capital in the world, has a poet laureate to celebrate our writers and their many contributions to the world and to really excite the next generation about reading and writing and appreciating poetry. The Department of, where's Olga? Cultural Affairs and Olga Garay English worked very hard to establish the selection criteria for our poet laureate. We had a very distinguished selection panel that was chaired by Dana Gioia, an LA poet and former head of the National Endowment for the Arts, who helped select the nation's poet laureate. They did an outstanding job. And I want to introduce to everyone Lester Graves Lennon, who served on the selection committee. He's not going to speak, but he was the inspiration for the poet laureate. So Lester, the council and the mayor owe you a deep debt of gratitude. We know that this is the first in a long line of extraordinary poet laureates. And as Dana Gioia said at the announcement of Eloise, she's not only a great choice, she was the inevitable choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Olga Garay, Director of Cultural Affairs.
Okay.
Hi, I'm going to make this very brief because we really do want to give Eloise a chance to do her beautiful poetry and read it to you this morning. I just want to add a couple of things. Although Eloise was born in El Paso, Texas, she has been with us in Los Angeles since she was 10 years old. All of the previous speakers have lauded her and given you a history of her career. But I just want to add to what Eileen said. We got nearly 40 applications for this particular honor, and they came from all parts of Los Angeles. And the thing that really made this application from Eloise stand out amongst the crowd was the care that she took in explaining what she would do if she became the poet laureate. It was an extremely well-articulated scope of work, and it really rose to the top. So I want to just say that we're going to hold you guys to helping us get her on that Dodgers field to pitch the first poem. So with that, I turn it over to Eloise.
Okay.
Nice. Hello, everybody. How are you this morning? Good.
Great.
I particularly wanted to thank you because I know that all things that rise to the top, like institutionalizing positions, et cetera, and paying for them, always has to do with the council and the council's wisdom and generosity. So thank you very much. I would like to say that one of the things that's really important to me is moving freely throughout the city, through all of your districts, to be able to bring to people in your districts things that are really site-specific to where your people live and work. So I'm going to be meeting with Olga and the Department of Cultural Affairs to begin to set up a calendar so that I am able to parcel out my time to spend some time in each of your districts, to visit a library with the new director of the public libraries, to go to senior homes. If you have retirement communities in your district, I'd be glad to come and bring some poets with me. I'm going to deputize a little posse for myself because, you know, there are 10 million or so citizens here, and I can't talk to everyone. But there are lots of younger poets in the city who should be developing a sense of themselves as literary citizens. And that is also part of the work that I want to do. I don't worry so much about writing poems about the city. I've written poems about the city before. And in fact, today I'm going to give you each a book entitled Artemis in Echo Park, which was a book that I wrote about the city of Los Angeles, including the history of the city. So please feel free to contact me. You can go to my website, Eloise Klein Healy, no hyphens. And you can also contact me through Olga at the Department of Cultural Affairs. So I think I'm supposed to read you a poem. Do you want to do that? All right. One thing I need to ask. Is that mural still up at on Broadway, the 6-story high mural? The blue one? No, Anthony.
The married couple?
Well, yeah, the married couple.
I don't think it is.
Well,
the wedding couple.
the wedding couple. Is it still up? I haven't been down there. Well, like all things Los Angeles, things come and go. Anyway, I'm going to read you that one because I like it a lot. It's called 2 Centuries in One Day. The couple, painted on the bridal shop on Broadway, are 6 stories high and done up in a bright blue wash. I like to think they're in the 19th century and feeling close to the ground. The 20th century wants to get off the planet, but you'd never know it from the traffic on this street. Títulos in Español, discos latinos, soft tacos with shredded beef. This is Alta California, land of the tomato, apple of love. The couple looms above and can look into the offices of the Los Angeles Times. Their wedding reception swirls on the street below, and in the parking lot 100 years ago today, the horses doze in the sunlight. In this sunlight, it's all a wedding today. Never mind the century.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Big round of applause to the city's Poet Laureate, and it's with great pleasure, on behalf of the council and the mayor, provide this resolution to Alois Klein Healy, City of Los Angeles' first Poet Laureate. One big round of applause. Congratulations.
Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Buscaino like to... Oh, no. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, next, Mr. Cardenas for today's final presentation. Yes, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With all the staff and people who are here for the presentation on Richard Benbow, please come forward and stand with our general manager. Let me walk you through a little bit of the general manager, Richard Benbow's journey here working for the city of Los Angeles. Richard L. Benbow's service to the citizens of the city of Los Angeles began more than 36 years ago at the Community Redevelopment Agency, where with hard work, tenacity, and dedication, he rose through the ranks to the top post at the agency. After an exemplary 30-year career with CRA, he got out just in time. He was appointed general manager of the Community Development Department. He saw what we didn't see way before it happened. He was appointed general manager of the Community Development Department by Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa on June 16, 2006. Since his appointment as general manager, Richard has led the 272 employees of the CDD with enthusiasm and passion as the department managed over $170 million in federal and state funds earmarked for programs used to improve the quality of life in the city by creating economic, social, and employment opportunities and empowerment for individuals, families, and neighborhoods in need. During Richard's tenure, the CDD successfully administered $100 million in American Recovery and Reinvestment Act money, otherwise known as ARA funds, which created and retained city and private sector jobs and enabled the department to provide additional services and benefits to residents and businesses of the city of Los Angeles in the areas of workforce development, human services, and energy conservation. Under Richard's leadership, the CDD has been a pioneer in the city in the application of Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award criteria to its business practices by focusing on continually improving work processes and measurable performance outcomes to promote accountability and transparency. In December of 2011, the CDD was recognized by the California Council for Excellence, otherwise known as CCE, with a silver level Eureka Award for Performance Excellence, making the City of Los Angeles the only city in California to ever earn the silver level award. It is for these accomplishments and many more that we honor Richard Benbow for his service to the City of Los Angeles, and he is retiring from his position as CDD General Manager. But I would also like to point out that on occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity to work with somebody who is the consummate professional, someone who brings their heart and soul into their work, and someone who knows and learns how to navigate through the difficult trial periods that certain departments and organizations run through. There's no question that since 2006, this department, under the leadership of Richard Benbow, has dealt with the most difficult times ever experienced in perhaps the last 100 years in this country. When you look at a department that is there with what little resources they have to try to address the issues of the most economically challenged communities, of the most challenged boys and girls, of the most challenged parts of the city of Los Angeles, yet at the same time, under his leadership, not because of him, but because of the economics surrounding our city from the state and federal government, this department has had less and less and less resources to work with, yet at the same time the City of Los Angeles has seen an effort that has created more jobs during the summers for our children, who has created more opportunities than we've ever seen per dollar in the city's history. I think it's really important for us to recognize that these are the most difficult times that this department and the City of Los Angeles has seen on these matters, and Richard Benbow did a great job. In addition to that, I think it has to do with his leadership and ability to get the most and the best out of the people that remain within his department and the responsibilities that we have folded onto his department over these difficult times. So with that, I'd like to, if you would welcome me in applauding Richard Benbow as I bring him up to the podium.
Mr. Cardenas, before Richard speaks, we have a couple of council members that would like to say a few words, beginning with Ms. Perry.
Mr. Benbow, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your very long service, not only at CDD, but at the Redevelopment Agency. And you've always had your eye on doing what's best for the development, the growth, and the future of communities. And, you know, I know it hasn't always been easy, and it's been challenging, and it's gotten more difficult over the last 10 years. But you know, you kept a good attitude, and I know that it was important to you and part of your own personal value system. So I just want to say that I'm grateful for your time and appreciate your service.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Benbow. As I only half-jokingly said, congratulations on your liberation. We all look forward to the day, one day, when we have had amazing experiences here, but we thrust off the shackles of the city and have the rest of the world to enjoy. And it has been really wonderful to work with you in two incarnations. When I was in Mr. Cardenas's position, not only when you're head of CRA, but also CDD. So thank you for getting our CRA before it was killed off by unnamed Northerners, which a couple people love, but we were able to, I think, really turn the corner in some very important ways. And then your time at CDD has been nothing short of a transformation of what CDD is. I know it is choppy waters in terms of where we go next, but when we look at how we took services that used to be siloed and now are concentrated for businesses, for job seekers, for families, that is quite a legacy to be proud of, and I've been proud to be alongside you, and I look forward to you being able to enjoy those fruits of your freedom and to be able to come back here and hopefully give us good advice on where we move forward. And to you and the entire CDD family, congratulations on this day. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you. 30 years, 36 and a half. Talk about a commitment to the people of Los Angeles. Talk about a career where you've risen to the top. And I want to acknowledge and congratulate you on that accomplishment and what you have done when you were with the CRA, the positive benefits, which you've done for the 3rd District to help make things happen. And I wish you well into your retirement because you're still a young man with many opportunities ahead of you. You've got a great group of people behind you, and they're going to keep pushing you forward for success and for achievement. So I just want to acknowledge the great work you've done and your dedication to the people of the city of Los Angeles. You don't spend that much time in a profession and serving the people without doing something good for them and beneficial to you in your mind, in your heart, and your family, doing good for people. So I want to acknowledge all the good that you've done. It's come a long time when you started, and look where you've accomplished, what you've accomplished, and the benefits, because you worked hard and you accomplished. It wasn't given to you. You worked hard for it. And you attained that success. So congratulations to you. Wish you and your family very well into retirement. But I really don't think you're going to retire because you still got the energy and the enthusiasm, that great smile. You'll continue into something else. But know that you worked hard for the accomplishments and the achievements that you received. God bless you in the future, and I wish you the best in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zion. And Richard, my dear friend, again, going back to 1987, I just think there are a couple of things that I want everybody to know about. Richard is not a L.A. Dodger fan. He is a St. Louis fan. And that's one of the reasons, Richard, that I called Artie Moreno and told him to steal Pujols from the... I don't remember exactly when it was. It was about 2005, and it looked as though Richard was going to be retiring from CRA. And May Company had this huge Christmas closeout sale. So I kind of dressed in disguise with sunglasses and jeans, and because I'm going to this sale. Early in the morning, I'm in the shirt section, and who do I bump into? Richard Bimbo, who was also in disguise because he didn't want people to know that we were going to take advantage of these 60 and 80% off. But I did okay, Richard. And I was stealth. I was quick, and then I was out. But as a former chair of HCD, it was an honor and a pleasure to work with you. I can't think of one thing that I requested of the department that they did not attempt to do. All city departments have been challenged during these tough financial times, and I'm proud of all of the city departments, but I can't think of one that has done a better job than you and CDD to continue to somehow provide the city with revenue so that we can deliver the services that the people want, need, and expect. So good luck to you, my brother, and maybe I will see you the day before New Year's or the day after New Year's at one of the malls or outlets. I'll be in disguise again, and in your honor, I will wear a St. Louis cap, all right? So with that, Mr. Reyes.
I just want to rise and thank Mr. Bimbo for all your hard work. In a district where we have many challenges, every inch of support, whether it's the housing or the social services, recreation, education, you overlap it all. And to see us leverage what we can to continue providing people that sense of hope is invaluable. And part of my district, 40% of it is at or below poverty. You got pockets close to 40, 50,000 people per square mile. The pressures of that is just amazing. And to have folks that are behind you, around you, and have your leadership these past few years is something that's fairly daunting. When you think about our budget crisis, we haven't felt this type of pressure since the 1930s. So it puts into context what's in front of us. So I thank you, Mr. Bill, for everything you've done, your stewardship, and for the leaders that are all around you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bimbo, the floor is yours. In fact, let's give Richard a round of applause.
Praise God. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Cardenas for those very generous remarks. I hope to be able to live up to all of that one day. Also, Council President Wesson, thank you. And I will note that on that day in the May Company, you had a lot more than I had. I think you emptied a couple of shelves. And it was fun. Council members, thank you for the support and confidence you've shown in me and the department over the last 6.5 years. We are deeply indebted to you for the confidence and support, and we hope that it will continue because this is a great group of people behind me here that are doing great things for the city. I've been honored and blessed to have had the privilege to work for this great city for a career spanning 36.5 years. And as Council President Wesson said, no, I'm not an LA Dodger fan because I was born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri. All right? Curt Flood, Bob Gibson, and Lou Brock were my heroes and still are today. But the Dodgers are my second best team. I don't see many Cardinal games. I see a lot of Dodger games, and I see all the Dodger games against the Cardinals. So I'm sort of a Dodger fan in that I'm a transplant here, and I love everything about this city, including the Dodgers. I even love the Rams, who left, and the Raiders, who also left. But again, it has been an honor and a privilege to work for this great city. You know, my career spanned 4 mayors, and I looked back the other day and I was saying, gee, I wonder how many council members. Too many to count, exactly. And I lost track, and I said, you know what? Rather than throw out an inaccurate number, I'm going to say too many to name. But that's a long time and a whole lot of council members. But what my career with the city of Los Angeles has enabled me to do is to live out my dream of making a career serving others. That's all I've ever wanted to do. And it has been wonderful. I also want to thank my CD family who's joined me here, including my assistant general managers who, without their support, without their leadership, we never would have been able to accomplish the things that you've heard about this morning. I'd also like to thank my executive assistant, Rowena Workman, who was very diligent in getting me there on time, knowing what I was supposed to do, what I was supposed to have with me, who I was supposed to thank, and what I had on my agenda next. Rowena, thank you very much for being there and always keeping me on target. I also like to thank the mayor who appointed me because, as you mentioned, my career was, kind of wrapped up with CRA, and I was ready to move on to other things, and then I got a call. And the challenge was just too tempting to turn down. To continue to serve the citizens of Los Angeles was just something I couldn't say no to. So I jumped at the chance to come back and work for the city. So I thank the mayor and the mayor's staff for the support and the confidence they've shown in us over the years. My wife and family, none of which are here today, they got more important things to do. But no, they would have been here, but again, they had other things to do, so I didn't press them. But they're not here. But I also want to acknowledge my wife, Lorna, and our blended family of 6 kids. We're all adults, doing well, and we're very proud of them as well. And the citizens of the city of Los Angeles who adopted me, I consider myself an adopted child of the city of Los Angeles. It's actually my home. When people ask me where I'm from now, I say Los Angeles. I don't really say St. Louis. Other than St. Louis Cardinals, my home is the city of Los Angeles. So I thank you. And I'll just tell this one story and I'll finish here. I was sitting in the public library in St. Louis, Missouri, in the spring of 1972. I had just got my master's degree, and I said, now what am I going to do? And I said, you know what? I'm going to Los Angeles, California. It's the last urban frontier. And my background was in urban planning. And I said, that's the last urban frontier. That's the place to go. I got a phone book. And you know, in the phone, this is before internet and all that, you look things up in the phone book. You went to the library to do research. Some of you may not know that, but that's the way things were done. So I got the white pages for Los Angeles, California. And I knew what I would be doing would be working in government. I'd be doing urban planning or something like that. So I said, where would I like to work? So I turned to the government section. I started going up and down the listings, and I found something called the Community Redevelopment Agency. And I said, that really sounds like what I want to do. Well, lo and behold, not the first attempt, but it was the second attempt, I got hired in 1976. And that's where my career started. And I've never wanted to go anywhere else. My dreams were fulfilled at that point. So today, I'm a very happy man. I'm a very blessed man. Thank you all.
Thank you, Richard.
Richard, we're very, very proud of you, but I guess in some ways we're jealous that you were able to fulfill 36 years of public service in one place. Around this horseshoe, we don't get that opportunity. They move us on way before that. So may we all find a place to continue to have the happiness and satisfaction that you have created for yourself, but more importantly, what you've created for so many thousands and thousands of people throughout the city, throughout your career, and also for, on behalf of all the people who look up to you, who work with you like all of us, but in addition to that, those people who followed you in your leadership, and together you did wonderful, tremendous work together. Congratulations. You should be very proud. We are of you, and we pray that you have fun and you enjoy your retirement. But I have a funny feeling you're going to get called back somewhere, somehow, some way. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And we'll go.
Thank you.
Over here. And then look at the right. There you go. We'll go in the back, take some pictures. All right. Have everybody follow us.
All righty.
This way.
This way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Richard, and good luck. All right, let's move on to some other additional council business. I'd like Mr. Clerk to move to item 5. Could you please read that item? Item 5.
Yes, sir. Item number 5 is a communication from the mayor relative to the appointment of Ms. Eleanor Brannon to the Board of Building and Safety Commissioners. This matter was waived by the, this matter was a Planning and Land Use Management Committee item that recommends approval. That committee report has been circulated. It is now before council for its consideration.
Okay, if we could ask Eleanor to come to the center table. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Please come to the center table. And if you could just wait a moment until Richard Bimbo's posse exits the chambers. I'd like to afford, I know you're here with your brother.
Yes.
And I'd like to afford you the opportunity, your brother and his wife.
Yes.
I'd like to afford you the opportunity to make a brief opening statement, and then we'll hear from another council member or two, and then we'll proceed with this matter.
Thank you, Council President Wesson. I just would simply like to state how honored I am to be given this opportunity to serve the city. As I'd like to note to you and the other council members, my family has indeed, in fact, served the city of Los Angeles in several capacities. As many of you have heard before by the council president, my brother, James Brannon, Dr. James Brannon, had, in fact, been given the opportunity to serve at various hospitals once he completed his medical degree, but he chose to give back to the community by working for King Drew Medical Center because he felt it was his opportunity to give back to the community. And he's invented several medical devices, and he felt it would be best served in his capacity to do so by giving at King Drew Hospital. My aunt was a docent for the city of Los Angeles for several years. My grandmother actually campaigned for Tom Bradley. My brother, who is here with me, Melvin Brannon, who was a student at Crenshaw High School, started drafting there at Crenshaw, and it was because of him as an architect, which he ultimately became, is what influenced me to become engaged in infrastructure. So in undergrad, I chose political science as my major and my minor in urban planning so that I could become better acquainted with infrastructure. And while I'm a bit of a right-brainer versus a left-brain thinker, which is what is civil engineering, I chose the field of going into government and community relations. And ultimately, that led me to my career at UCLA and also my volunteer work with Habitat for Humanity.
Okay, before there's several members in the queue, but I would, many of us know you as Felicia.
Yes.
So maybe if you could explain the Eleanor piece to us.
Well, my mother, she thought the name Eleanor Felicia Brannon was quite fitting, I guess, at the time for my personality. So I choose not to doubt her at all. So, but she just always called me Felicia at home, so Eleanor never really stuck.
And just for the record, I have to say, members, that my two middle sons were in a very serious automobile accident. In fact, my namesake, we feared that he could die. And they were rushed to the Martin Luther King medical facility, and it was Felicia's brother who performed the surgery that kept them whole, kept one of them alive, and the other one can basically do whatever he did prior to the accident, and that's when our families became very close. So I know you, I know your family, and I will always be supportive of you, and I cherish the friendship. Because of your brother, I can see my knucklehead son, and knucklehead he can be, but he's flesh of my flesh, and I love him. With that said, Ms. Perry.
Eleanor Felicia Brannon, I just wanted to rise to say how proud I am of you, and I'm very excited about this appointment because you not only have a strong sense of community and you understand what it means to build a community and how to communicate with people, but I think you understand the day-to-day issues and the importance of building in safety in terms of compliance and outreach and educating people on what this city service can provide to others. So I think you're going to bring a strong, practical sense to this appointment, and I'm very, very excited about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Labange.
This is a great appointment by Mayor Villaraigosa, someone who cares, who is involved with this community, who works at a great university, which is so important, that background, that experience, and also is a great hiker. Not only does she knows the buildings of the city, but also knows the trails of Griffith Park. So Felicia, I congratulate you and thank you for all that you have done and all that you will do for the city of Los Angeles. Congratulations. I ask for a triple strong aye vote.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Corrales.
I think I'm really delighted at this appointment and surprised because I generally, honestly, don't spend that much time on appointments. So I looked at the list and I'm like, okay, another person I've never heard of. Oh well, that's fine. And it's delightful to find out that Eleanor is Felicia, and we've worked together for years at UCLA, and couldn't be a more wonderful appointment. Sweet person to work with, and very sharp and very capable, and I'm absolutely delighted. And many other talents as well, including probably being the best baker in the City of Los Angeles team. I always thought you would quit government and open your own business, but hey, we're lucky to have you doing this, and I'm absolutely delighted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zine.
Well, I was thinking of identity theft or something like that. I looked at you, I said, wait a second, that's not her name. She's either a twin or something. Obviously, the comments by my colleagues speak for how well you performed, the connections, the ability to get things done. I know when we've called upon you for things, you've been there, always at the top of the ladder getting things done. So you're going to get unanimous support. And then when you get to that commission, the challenges you'll face with the building and the issues that come up, but you've got great abilities, and I'm just honored to see you sitting here before us for this confirmation. It's kind of like you're on the hot seat, but it's not real hot seat because you've done great, and everyone here is going to support you, so I wish you well in that. And Eleanor, it has the ring to it. It's nice. You throw that in with the others, it really it complements your professionalism and your stature, so best to you, and I know you're going to do well as a commissioner for this fine city of Los Angeles. Is this your first commission appointment?
It is my second. Under Han, I was appointed to the LASA, the Homeless Services Authority.
Helping people in need. So
exactly.
This is also helping people when they want to do something with their structures to make sure it's done in the proper fashion. So I wish you well, and it's good to see you here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Zine, and colleagues. You should know that yesterday, before committee, she did make her presentation. The Committee of Planning, Land Use, and Management wholly endorsed her. I want to thank Felicia. She's being rather modest, and also because of time, but actually has experience in working with construction, understands its role in public safety, has been able to work with the Habitat for Humanity, not only here in the States, but internationally in Nicaragua.
Nicaragua. I just returned from Nicaragua, yes.
So when we talk about hands-on experience, understanding government, understanding policy, understanding bureaucracies, we're very, very blessed to have a person that comes with all of those skill sets. So we endorsed her for this commission, and I thank you, please, for everything you've done for the city as a UCLA representative, as a USC graduate, as a Cal State Northridge graduate. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you,
I
sir.
encourage an aye vote. Okay, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Congratulations. Thank you. So now we'll move into public comment, general public comment. We'll ask for Arnold Sachs. If you're here, please come on up. Richard Robinson would be next, and then John Walsh. Would you please come to the microphone? If I called your name, or you can sit in one of the benches near the microphone as well if you like. See, I bring you closer. Arnold Sachs, Richard Robinson, and John Walsh.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. Although it's been a while since I've been here, there has been some things going on, so I thought I'd make some comments on that. This group home embarrassment, you have two problems. A, the shooting, and B, the number of people living in the home. And I don't recall reading in the newspaper or hearing any of the city council act about relocation fees. I believe there was a group home debacle in Councilman Perry's district where they had an apartment house that had like 15 or 20 people living in it last year, and the city managed to come up with relocation fees. Who is responsible, since those people were paying rent, for relocating the tenants? And how about you're addressing requirements? How about addressing deterrence? How about making the people, and you know, you really have to follow the money here, the people who receive the rent have to pay penalties for disregarding the zoning requirements or whatever rules and regulations are in effect. You always seem to put these deterrents in, but you never seem to follow up and follow the money and have those people pay. I'd also like to congratulate the city on the opening of the new restaurants at Lawa. Quite a situation. The story goes on to say that it was the first time the Lawa's been fixed up since 1984. So imagine that. They did all that fixing for the Olympics in 84, and then they turned around in 85, according to the documentation, or according to what Gina Marie Lindsay said, and bought Ontario Airport on top of that. That's a $500 million purchase. That's incredible.
Thank you very much. Richard Robinson. John Walsh, come on up.
Say hello to Richard Robinson. He's the only one besides me that goes back to the 80s, 1980s. HollywoodHighlands.org, but we're asking you now to go to VeniceForChange.com. Everybody. And also signon.org. That's part of MoveOn.org. Signon.org, Venice for Change. This is a national issue. Our mayor has joined a right-wing cabal called Fix the Debt. He has now said on CNN that the Republicans won the election too. Well, he has a hard time in front of the counting up to 50% when he was chairman of the Democratic Convention, and we won 52 to 47. 52 to 47. He is getting $30,000 a year, a month in a revolving expense account from these right-wingers. You are not taking our Social Security away from you. You garbage, Mr. Rosendahl. All of you are garbage. You won't speak up as our mayor joins the right wing. Get on your knees, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes.
I got some knee pads for you. HollywoodHighlands.org. Signon.org. We are talking about a mayor, and tomorrow you won't be able to run away from the 14,000 petitions because they'll be at the MTA board meeting, and we will have hundreds and hundreds of people there shouting at him what a fascist he is. And just because he doesn't have white skin, that doesn't make him a fascist. He's the Mexican gardener of the fascists who run this America. HollywoodHighlands.org. Go to signon.org. Sign the petition. You have a garbage piece of garbage as mayor. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Councilor Labange.
Respect the First Amendment and the right to speak. I only ask that the speaker, for his own health and the health of others, adhering tone down, if he would, and if so, that the sound man cut the sound because he could vibrate over that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No, sir, I haven't called your name yet. Richard Robinson, are you here? Last call for Richard Robinson. Okay. Mr. Bobby Cooper? Bobby Cooper, are you here? Okay. Yolanda Gonzalez, are you here? It's for public comments.
Good morning, City Council. Yolanda Gonzalez from Venice and Boyle Heights. I'm asking this City Council to please take note of what we have just gotten in the mail this week from the county of the official notice to property owners of the public hearing, and also the charges that we are being imposed upon for Clean Water, Clean Beaches measure. On my property taxes, which I have we are already getting charged twice for this measure. And not only that, what's interesting is that the east side gets charged a different rate versus the west side. How can a building that is 14 units is being charged only $400 in addition to our property taxes, but on the west side, a 4-unit apartment building is being charged $600? I want this City Council to please take this to the county, and you need to stick up for us, because this is just like eliminating us from our Proposition 13. This will be an annual fee charged to the property owners, to all property owners in the county, and I think this is an outrage. Please, we need your protection on this. And how did the county arrive to these measures and to these fees? Please, I am the first one to bring this up, and we will be going to the meeting at county to protest these fees against us as property owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dollhouse Dude.
As I told her, I love her pants. And Mr. John Welch, what do you got against Mexicans? I'll meet you outside. What else? Oh, yeah. Commenting on public items. The Community Redevelopment Agency, I'm glad they're dead. You know why? Because they didn't accomplish anything. Everybody's still homeless. There's finally some rich people buying buildings to put these poor homeless people in. And then I was reading an article on the 10 best cities of the world, where you have no crime and no worry about walking on the street and all that. And none of them are in the USA. Hello? The best country in the world? What happened to you? You went downhill. You know? Hill Street to City Hall? That's the way you went. And all the policies that you make are hurting people. Just like she said, East Side versus West Side. What the hell is wrong with us? What's wrong with us? We keep everybody homeless by any measure. Every single measure that you put out is designed to keep people homeless. You will take a home away from an old person that's paid all their life just because they owe a few taxes. And that is totally wrong. We need to revamp the whole real estate system around the world, starting in Los Angeles. You are the greediest, crookedest city. All your sidewalks are broken. You got millions of parking meters. You really suck. This city really sucks. And you keep saying it.
Thank you. All right. That concludes general public comment. Mr. Clerk, it's been brought to my attention that item 46 needs to be continued to January 4th, 2013. If we do have another commissioner or commission appointment, that individual is here. If we could now take up item 45. Please come forward. And as you get seated, we have 2 public comment cards on that. So I'm going to get Mr. Dude to come back up and John Walsh. Mr. Dude, this is item 45. So would you please come to the podium? No, Mr. Dude, come to the podium. No, then you're going to forfeit your public comment then. Thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Number 45, Mr. Kenneth M. Simrel, to the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System Board, HollywoodHighlands.org, VeniceForChange.com. I'm sure you're not like some previous people we've had here. Incidentally, just yesterday, Al Abrams, that you voted 15-0, got 6 years for kiddie porn. 6 years for kiddie porn. And I came here and told you not to vote for him, and you voted for him. 6 years. And then we have Andrea Alarcon, whose child was found in
Let's stick to the item.
basement.
Stay on the item, Mr. Walsh.
In fact, I believe Mr. Simrel is doing a good job. I'm sure, Mr. Simrel, I don't know how old your children are, but I don't think we'll find them wandering around the garage, underground garage, after you're appointed.
Stay on this subject.
I'm talking about his children.
No, stay on the
His children
subject.
are part of the issue. If he brings his children...
His children are not on the agenda. Mr. Walsh, please. His children are not on the agenda. No, okay, your time is up, Mr. You're abusing. Yes, okay. All right. Okay, please, you're disrupting this council meeting. All right. You may want to say a few words about yourself, sir.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to serving the city of Los Angeles, becoming part of the rich history of Lacers, which dates back 75 years. I feel that there's a lot of opportunities, obviously, to look at investment returns. I know there's a lot of energy and pension returns and retirement plans in general, and looking forward to adding my perspective to the board's direction and, of course, governance of Lacers.
Thank you. As soon as you finished, I had to sneeze, so I'm sorry for the delay. In fact, there are no members on the queue, so why don't Madam Clerk open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And it's my understanding they're going to swear you in, I think, in the back. Okay, now if I can, Mr. Clerk, we're going to move to item 43 that deals with the convention center. So if all of this staff, I know Mr. Santana is going to give a report on this item.
And Mr. President, for clarification, there is an amending motion 43A that has been distributed to the members for consideration and is before you now.
Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. President, if at the appropriate time, if you will trust me, we'd like to take up item 18, the correct item, and then move it to the 30th. Thank you.
And trust you, I do. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, with the amendments today, 43A, we have to reopen public comment. So I'm going to go straight to public comment on this item, and I'd like to call Kevin Rodriguez, Mr. Wright from 721, and Julie Butcher, please.
Hello, my name is Kevin Rodriguez. I work for the LA Convention Center. In regards to the RFP proposal that's on the board, I just want to say it's a good idea. The City Council needs to know the information regarding the privatization, how much it's going to cost the city to manage the convention center. In regards to timing, I believe that this is the wrong time to privatize the convention center. With the looming stadium and the renovation of the convention center, that we're going to be in a state of flux, that we need to have the staff that we currently have that's kept the convention center to the state it's at right now. Regards to privatization period, we have a staff here that's brought the convention center to where we are today with fiscal sustainability through the worst times in the convention center industry. I believe that as far as bookings are concerned, that the LA Trade and Tourism Bureau is responsible for booking the citywide events that we all want for the convention center. So with that, I just want the City Council to recognize the employees at the convention center and the good work that they do, and to give us a chance when these hotels come in with the stadium project to do the great job that we've been doing for all these years. I hope you all take that in consideration, and I look forward to our future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming down. I see Julie.
I wrote a card.
I don't see Simboa.
Simboya had to go clean a sewer.
Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. There are significant labor issues included in this, which we would trust that would be worked out before the release of an RFP. We were encouraged to engage in discussions which have not happened. There have been no conversations with labor on this issue. But forget the labor issues. At the Budget and Finance Committee, your CAO testified that there was uncertainty about the tax-exempt bonds, and that it is possible that it would take a year to get a letter from the IRS, and that it is likely to endanger the tax-exempt status of our bonds, requiring the defeasance of those bonds. Again, the defeasance of tax-exempt bonds. If I were you, I'd want to know what the answer to that question is before I release an RFP that you will not see back here. The motion before you has you rewriting an RFP and has it going out to give away a valuable resource without you seeing it. I think you want answers to these questions. The loss of financial transparency. We've been assured that subcontracts are financially available. That's not been the case with other subcontracts. You need specificity about the transparency of our resources. That you're going to save $37 million by privatizing this asset is a fairy tale. There's no analysis, there's no cost-benefit analysis. On the other hand, you have very specific recommendations from your Budget and Finance Committee on both booking policies and governance changes that can happen immediately that make it better. The risk of putting out an RFP you have not seen with questions that are not answered, including the future of your bond covenants, seems to me a big question to answer before you send out an RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Fusesi, and I know I probably butchered that, Bill Violante, and Luis Aguilar. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Andy Fusesi. I'm General Manager of the Los Angeles Auto Show. The Auto Show and the CAO have resolved the concerns that the Auto Show had with the CAO's August report, and I'm pleased to say that we are in full support of the recommendations before you. I want to submit for the record our letter of support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sergeants, if you could pick up the letter.
Thank you.
Bill, come on forward, followed by Luis Aguilar, and then a Bryant Zuniga. Yes, Bill, good to see you again.
Good to see everybody again. It's been a long time since I've been in these chambers. First of all, I'm here, I represent the Engineers and Architects Association, and I'd like to start off by saying that any of the problems at the convention center we believe are due to management structure, not the fault of the employees that are working there. EAA has 28 members in various civil service and specialized classes working at the convention center. If this is approved, we're going to be monitoring carefully. We have been in meet and confer with the CAO concerning this issue. We're comfortable right now that working together with them, we're going to be able to work out issues with our employees, ensuring that there'll be job placement either at LACC or someplace else within the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Luis Aguilar. I'm an employee at the Los Angeles Convention Center, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. What I would like to say is to the council members, since you don't have numbers from the CAO, I'll give you just two. 6 years in the black, employees contributing to keeping the convention center in the black, one of the few in the center in the nation that is not a loss center as stated in the report. I am proud to be part of a family of employees, a world-class employees providing world-class service. And it would be a shame to kick us out and throw away a trained, seasoned, and committed force in the name of uncertainty. With that, 130 full-time employees receiving thousands every day, day in and day out. We are not afraid to take on any challenges. We welcome the challenges. Just give us a chance. Appreciate the work and the commitment that we put on a daily basis. What we have in front of us, the report by the CAO, kicking us out, will not bring the hotels the next day, will not bring the stadium the next day. But I can tell you this. You keep us there. We are ready. We'll be ready when they do come. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Bryant Zuniga, Steve Koffrith. I'm
name is
sorry,
Brian.
Steve. You're going to have to come up and from AFSCME and pronounce your last name for me. And
Zuniga?
James Gankos. Yes, sir.
My name is Brian Zuniga. I'm an employee from the Los Angeles Convention Center. I've been a part-timer for 2.5 years. I like my job from the moment I clock in to the moment I clock out. I like how I interact daily with my coworkers, even if it's just greeting them, delivering packages, or even working on a project with them. I've learned so many things working there, and people that have helped me have never hesitated to teach someone something new. There has never been a dull moment for me at work, and every day I come in with excitement. Every day there's new challenges, and you just don't know what to expect. And I like that because it keeps my interest to keep working there. Work is like my second home. My coworkers are like my family. You just feel this great level of comfort with them, and that's what makes Los Angeles Convention Center a great place to work and to live well with others. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on, Steve. Followed by James Gankos and Bob Amano. Yes.
Thank you, Council President. Steve Koffroth with AFSCME. We're one of several unions that represent workers at the Convention Center. And we testified at Budget and Finance that you have a staff who excels at nearly everything they do. They've won various awards for the city and have done a great job in making sure that the Convention Center is utilized to the greatest extent possible given the current challenges it faces. We support the recommendations to change governance structure, change booking policy, but it makes no sense at all to bring in a new set of staff who's not familiar with any of who have not proven their ability to deliver the bookings that the city needs in order to bring in some additional revenue to the city. We say do not privatize that work. Do not put out an RFP to abandon those excellent employees. That's not the right way to achieve your goals. And to just give a good example of what the folly of privatizing that work would bring, so you simply need to look at the current debacle that happened with the privatization of the ambulance billing services. For those of you who aren't familiar, the city recently contracted that work out, took it away from AFSCME members and gave it to a private company. And one of their employees took private medical information and breached the confidentiality and the medical protections that are governed by law. That is something that the city does not stand for. The city should not allow. That's just one of many reasons why the work should not be privatized. You have an excellent set of employees who are doing that great work. Let them continue under these new premises. Please don't contract to privatize that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, James. Followed by Bob Amano, followed by Ann Williams.
Thank you very much, Council President, honorable council members. My name is James Gankos. I'm the general manager of the W Los Angeles Hotel in Westwood. And I'm here today to share the impact that moving the auto show in November had on my hotel on the West Side as a result of being able to book the American Heart Association business into the city. My revenues went up by 20% in November versus the prior year, and I attribute about 12% of that due specifically to the Heart Association business, and that's over on the West Side. That comes out to be about $200,000 in revenue and $30,000 in TOT tax to the city. And my request is that you allow stakeholders like me a seat at the table and continue discussions about this issue in hopes of achieving a win-win for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Bob, followed by Ann.
Good morning, City Council members. On behalf of the Hotel Association as Board of Directors, first of all, I'd like to recognize the tremendous efforts and great work by Mr. Santana and his team at the CAO's office. His efforts to involve the hotel and lodging operators in discussions has been very admirable. In general, we are favorable of the privatization. However, our ultimate goal is that we deliver a high-quality customer service product that is professionally managed and efficiently run. Tied to the goals of these efficiencies, however, have been a long-time advocate for changes to the booking policies. While the booking window reductions and licensing policies have been placed, the elimination of grandfather rights is critical to achieving objectives set for the growth of the citywide conventions business. In order to generate these new room night revenues, it is critical that these grandfather rights are eliminated and upheld. We have become aware recently that special concessions have been requested by the auto show. In fact, the special arrangement will actually jeopardize the objectives to maximize the utilization of that city asset. These encumbrances and barriers prevent our city to host customers in high-demand months, particularly in November. These customers yield significant economic benefit to the hotels, restaurants, retail, transportation, in jobs, as well as revenues to the general fund. As Mr. Ganko stated, just in 5 days, one show produced 40,000 room nights, participated with over 30 of our hotels around the city, and provided millions in room revenues, nearly $1 million to the general fund itself. Yet to be addressed, however, is the governance. And we feel that further work needs to be done for the concise goals and prevent redundancies in the governance aspect of the motion. So we certainly agree that there's been progress. We hope to continue the elevation of the visibility of our industry and continue discussions with the CAO, the committees, and whoever else we need to discuss with.
Thank you. Thank you. Ann Williams, followed by Dow House Dude, followed by John Walsh. Ann, good to see you.
Good morning. I'm Ann Williams with the Central City Association. CCA is a business advocacy organization representing nearly 450 businesses, employing over 350,000 people in the Los Angeles region. One bright spot in our local economy in recent years has been the growing tourism and hospitality industry, which supports so many thousands of jobs and generates much needed money for our general fund. The hotel industry is pleased that the city is working to build on that rising tide and do more to ensure that Los Angeles is competitive in attracting convention center business. As we go forward in developing a strategy, we just ask for your commitment that the process will be transparent and will not become overly politicized. Coordinating convention center business with hotel availability and all the other logistics that go with that is really quite complicated. We are fortunate in Los Angeles to have a very sophisticated, very civically engaged hotel community. Leveraging this asset, it's critical that our hotels are not just nominally represented in the process of reimagining our city's tourism strategy, but that they have a strong voice and constant presence at the table. We want to thank CAO Santana for his leadership in this area, and we look forward to continuing the open dialogue that has already been happening. Given the state of discussions, we do ask for some time to continue that productive dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Dow House Dude, John Walsh, and we'll wrap it up with Mr. Arnold Sachs. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, the convention center, I remember. They kicked me out of there for looking different. You have really a hospitable city, baby. That's BS. You do not like anybody that doesn't have a tie and a suit and looks like a penguin. You love penguins. That's what you love. And if you see anybody that has no money, you tell them to get the heck out of here. All you are is about money. Money, money, honey, money, 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 honey. That's what the convention center is all about. Let's see how many dollars we can bring. Well, you couldn't keep Cirque du Soleil, you know, and I don't know. I think your convention center is going to crumble in the next ice storm. When there is a lot of ice over the roof, it's going to collapse. You know, because you're only catering to people with money. It's not all about money. It's about people. You need to consider that all of us are human beings that have needs beyond entertainment and beyond all these flashy events. And your cities don't look good. I've seen people that say, I used to live here. What happened to this city? All the money is going, I don't know where. It is not going to beautify the city, to make it the best city in the world. It is not going there. And I know it because you're never going to be in the best city category.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, HollywoodHighland.org, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Thank you. New post up today or yesterday. Let me tell you what's happening here. I was there for the Green Convention a couple of weeks ago. It was a fairly big convention. It was lost in the vast expanse of the convention center. It is incredibly overbuilt. They're going to cut half of it out if they get their tear down half of it. It doesn't matter. Business is very poor at the convention center. Why? Because of the crime. Why? Because of the bad reputation this city has. You moved heaven and earth to try the convention center, to get the San Diego Comic-Con in here, and you lost it. That's one of the largest conventions in California. That's why they're shortening their booking window from 24 months to 12 months to get last-minute conventions. The convention center is on the ropes. The convention center is falling apart. That's what's going on here. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. The convention center. Well, we had the zoo, and that was a request for proposal, and that got into some heated discussions, got down to the finish line, and it turns out that the city has rules and regulations that don't allow for city employees to work for private companies. And that's part of the bylaws of the city. So has that been addressed? Has that part of the discussion that was involved in the privatization of the zoo that caused that to fall apart, has that part of it been addressed? No. So you're going to run through a request for proposal, go through the same amount of steps, come down to the finish line where you're going to have city employees working for a private entity, and it's not going to be allowed. So what's the sense of going for the request for proposal? In addition, has the outstanding debt on this convention center been addressed? There's $240 million that was brought up when you were discussing the AEG project. No. In addition, the advertising rights that were given out by the Tourist and Commerce Committee to AEG for the digital billboards at the convention center about 3 years ago, has that been addressed? No. So what happens there? In addition, the new convention center that's supposed to be built where the stadium is going to go, has that been addressed? No. So what happens there? In addition, when the stadium is being built and the convention center is forced to eliminate conventions, will the new owner be compensated? And has that been addressed? No. Let's put out a request for proposal. Go.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Clerk, that on this item concludes the public comment. But can I quickly go to item 2 and request that that be continued until January 25th?
Yes, sir. Let us first put item 2 up on the board.
Okay, and we're going to continue that to January 25th. Okay. Mr. Santana, if you would begin without objection. Mr. Santana, if you would proceed. Or Ms. Perry?
I made the motion. I wanted to just say a few words before the report.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
All right, thank you very
much. So
much.
let's take Ms. Perry off the queue. Yes.
I authored this motion back in May because of the great potential the convention center has to be much more than it is today. It's one of the most significant facilities serving visitors here in the city of Los Angeles, and it has stimulated our economy through activities like conventions and increased our hotel stays and restaurant visits. Now, back in the 1980s, the primary purpose for expanding the facility was to provide a world-class facility that would attract national and international conventions. We're not there yet, but we could get there. The convention center is primed and ready for another major renovation. Current efforts related to the convention center and the new hall project continue the city's commitment to providing the best facility possible. Now, since I've been councilwoman for the last 11 years, I've done a lot to bolster the success of the convention and hospitality industries. The CAO has said that we need 5,000 hotel rooms I've worked on the JW Marriott and the Ritz-Carlton, the groundbreaking for the Residence Inn, and the entitlements for the new Wilshire Grand Hotel. I also established the flexible pricing model to allow for the convention center to respond to the industry's seasonal supply and demand. We have to do more to reduce the general fund obligation for the convention center by streamlining the oversight of the convention center and tourism board, improving our booking policies, and putting the city in a much more advantageous position to attract revenue-generating out-of-town conventions. This is a conversation, a discussion about different perspectives on the management of the convention center with the possibilities. I have a few questions and I want to put them out there. Since the drafting of the CAO report, the city has finalized the transaction documents for AEG for the construction of the new hall and demolition of the South Hall. What, if any, impact does this have on any of your recommendations? And does any of that enter into our agreement with AEG? We do have a number of city employees who work for the convention center. How would a private management firm affect them, and what can be done to accommodate the workers? I would like to hear your report and your answers to these questions, but I'd also like to thank the CAO and the CLA and the Convention Center and the Tourism and Convention Board for their work on this evolving policy.
Good morning.
If you'd answer Ms. Perry's questions directly, and then before we go into your presentation, I want to afford Mr. Koretz the opportunity to speak as well. So if we could answer her questions, and then I'll call on you, Mr. Koretz. You're moving too fast over there.
Good morning. I'm joined by Gail Steffen and Susie Siegler, two of our consultants that we brought in to help us look at this question. And one of the central questions that we asked them to consider was, in fact, how does this proposal affect or in any way impact the negotiations and now the agreement that we have with AEG? And what they've shared with us that this is exactly the time to be considering a new governance structure, a change in the booking policy, and private operations of the convention center, because we're at a point where there is so much interest and activity around that specific neighborhood and around the convention center. And so with that, I'll have them specifically answer beyond that. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think the impact of the stadium, actually AEG has been very involved in all of our work to date. There's no impact with the agreements that have been signed. Those are a part of it. They've been part of the consideration. We think you're really actually, when this moves forward, you're going to get a better asset to market with the changes that they were diligent in helping with the new hall. It's going to be contiguous space. It's going to provide a much better product to market. So I think that, that those are all positive as they relate to our study.
And in relation to your second question on the impact on city employees, it's important to start off that we believe our city employees have done an outstanding job in managing the convention center, particularly in these very difficult times. And this proposal is in no way a criticism of their abilities and the way they have engaged in their work. What we're trying to do is actually bring in expertise that exists around the country in a very competitive industry. And if you look around the most successful convention centers in Chicago and San Francisco, in Detroit and other parts of the country, they have moved in a model that seeks to get the best from the private sector to run their convention centers so that the experience that the person that walks in is consistent from what exists around the country. And so we're trying to use the same model. It is not our intention to displace any employee, and in fact, we have a commitment to ensuring that our employees find comparable work within the rest of the city family. in addition to that, the new governance will require a core group of employees to help manage the 2 contracts that we're recommending go under that structure. And so that, as well as to provide oversight of the convention center and those activities and on tourism overall in the city. So there will continue to be a core level of staff that will provide support to the convention center and to the new governance structure.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. So, Mr. Koretz, I will recognize you now, but what I'd like to do for the other members that may want to speak, let's afford the CAO the opportunity to go through his presentation, and then we'll take questions after it. But, Mr. Koretz, I will allow you to go now.
Thank you, Mr. President. We looked at this issue in Budget and Finance, and what we did in Budget and Finance was we took a careful look at the convention center, and we came to an agreement that the governance structure and the lack of a clear plan were causing major problems at the convention center. And we took steps to fix that among the recommended steps that came to us. Having a central general manager over bookings and operations, and having a single commission over both bookings and operations. This is a significant structural change. And until we have this structure in place and try it out, we don't know what that can accomplish. And that is why we set aside in committee the privatization issue for now. Now, I must admit, I'm not the biggest fan of privatization in general anyway. But in committee, what we said was, let's do this first. We can revisit the issue in the future. But it makes sense to see how these governance changes work first. What is in front of us is an amending motion to approve privatization. And yes, there are protections for workers, and we'll have a union operator, but it will still be a private operator. We're still ceding control, and I think we're still putting the cart before the horse because we haven't seen what these governance reforms will bear. And so I'm against this. I would ask that we fix our governance structure first, and if we want to revisit privatization in the future, which I may or may not support at that time, but I'm certainly fine with looking at it and acceding to the will of the council at that time. But we should wait and see. We need to do our best first and evaluate against our best and not the current mess which the convention center structure is. I don't want to see us look back, put all of it into place at once and say, gee, this is a great privatization idea, when in fact it really was the change in governance that made the positive change that improved it. So I would like to see us take it a step at a time. Let's do the things that are obvious first. Let's come back a little later and evaluate it. I know the urgency is partly that the mayor wants to see this done under his watch, but I think a common sense approach to this is what should be taken, even though it may take a little while longer.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Santana, if you would go through your presentation, and then I have other members that I'll call on.
Sure. Thank you. It's no secret that the city has faced unprecedented economic times, and I think it's fair to say that in order to survive the next several years, that making additional cuts or simply taxing our way out of this problem will not suffice as a permanent ongoing solution. Part of the solution to the city's finances is building the economy. And this proposal before you seeks to do exactly that. The goal of this proposal is to convert a city-owned asset into an economic engine that is currently not achieving that goal. There has been some discussion that, in fact, the convention center operates in the black. And if you look at the convention center in isolation, you could argue that perhaps that is true. But the truth is that beyond that operations, the City General Fund continues to subsidize the mortgage of that building at the tune of $50 million a year. That is, those are direct dollars that are coming from the general fund that could be going to other basic services throughout the city. So in that larger context, in fact, the convention center is not operating in the black. The way you judge this convention center is by, in fact, how many conventions it has. And by conventions we mean citywide events that bring people from outside of the city, outside of the region, to Los Angeles, stay at our hotels, buy stuff for their kids, stay a few days longer and experience all of the amenities that we have, and increase our sales tax, hotel tax, and other taxes so it provides ongoing revenue for the city. When you compare us to other competitive convention centers around the country and use the number of visitors as a standard to which to measure success, unfortunately our convention center is failing. Currently, only 5% of the events at the convention center, at least from the latest data we have, only 5% were citywide conventions. And meanwhile, among most of our competitors, they average at about 35%. And what does that mean in terms of actual individuals who walk in? If you spend a year examining who actually walks into the convention center, only about 11% of the people who walk in actually got on a plane to arrive to Los Angeles to get there. Most people drove from the surrounding cities and from the city of Los Angeles to an event that was a trade show or a swearing-in ceremony or some other activity that wasn't a convention. Meanwhile, our competitors, the most successful, have about 67% of the people who enter their doors actually come from outside of their cities, and meaning that they stay at hotel rooms.
Yeah. So just to follow up on Miguel's points and some of the issues that came up earlier regarding staff, what we see around the country is that when centers privatize, we see an immediate impact to customer service and improvement of the operation of the facility. It's important to note that while we see a downward trend in terms of customer service related to LACC from 2009 to 2011, that can be improved through private operator and a national operator who works within the industry and brings practices that are successful in all of your competitive cities. It's also important to note that many of the contracts that are engaged in with private operators are tied to performance. So we are in a position to look at tying performance of the facility to the pay to the private operator and measure that success as we go forward and improve it dramatically.
So there are three major proposals that are before you, and we strongly recommend that each one of them work as one solution to the problem that we see. The first one is to enhance the current LACC Commission. As we'll show you today, there are two various commissions that provide some level of input on the convention center. One is strictly responsible for the debt management, and the other is an advisory commission that provides advice to the general manager and his team. But neither one of those commissions are ultimately accountable for ensuring that the number of conventions actually increase. And their oversight is limited to strictly advisory. We're actually recommending strengthening the role of the advisory committee, making sure that it has direct oversight and is directly responsible for achieving a goal of increasing the number of citywide conventions by the year 2020, and to work with the city in developing a larger strategy and building hotel capacity within half-a-mile radius of the convention center. The second part, which is as important, is partnering with a private operator for the day-to-day operations. And the reason why this is important, and the reason why Chicago and San Francisco and Detroit and many other cities have gone into this model, is because this is a very competitive industry. When people come to a convention, they had just visited the convention centers in another city, and they know the kind of experience that they should expect when they walk in. It involves the kind of hospitality and the kind of performance that could be accountable through a contract that we currently don't have within our own city workforce. And then the third piece is changing the booking policy. Because it's a highly competitive business, and a big part of a successful convention center is about moving the schedule around to maximize the assets, so that when you get a call from the Microsofts or from another large convention, that you're able to move the schedule around to accommodate that request. And so we're recommending greater flexibility in the booking policy. Now, the Budget and Finance Committee directed us to also work with the Auto Show as a way of ensuring that we express our commitment to the kind of convention that they provide the city. We're all very proud of the Auto Show, and in fact, it generates the kind of revenue that we see in a unique way that other conventions don't. There is a direct correlation between the auto show being wrapped around Thanksgiving and an increase in car sales immediately after that. So Black Friday is not just an important sales tax day for holiday shoppers, but it's actually an important day for people seeking to buy an automobile. And in Los Angeles, the sales tax generated by the sales of cars is actually significant. So the auto show plays a central role in that. Now, the Auto Show has had the ability to have a 10-year contract with the convention center. It's an unprecedented commitment that any city has provided one operator. And so we work with them and ensure that that 10-year contract, after this 5-year period expires, will be limited only to 1 year. That means we will only be legally obligated to particular dates with the Auto Show 1 year at a time, which is consistent with the way it operates in other cities throughout the country. But because they provide a unique role in the city, we've also committed to them that we'll allow them to book on the calendar so that there's a level of predictability in their own schedule. And so we were able to limit the legal requirement to 1 year, but also ensure that there's a commitment on our end that over a period of time that we will schedule the calendar to accommodate them, knowing that, of course, that can be changed if another citywide convention comes. So it took a series of negotiations to finally get us to a point where we were mutually satisfied. Now, did it satisfy everyone's concerns? No, and I think you heard some of that today. But at the end of the day, it was an effective compromise to ensure that we have the flexibility that we need, while at the same time express our commitment to a long-standing partner for the city and the convention center. Now, going to the bottom line in terms of what this means to new revenue. We consulted with Beacon Economics to provide us an estimate of how much new revenue could be generated if we achieve the goals that are set out in this report. And they express that we would be able to generate between $7 and $12 million of additional revenue should we achieve the goals that we have laid out. And those goals could only be achieved if, in fact, all three pieces of our recommendations proceed forward. In addition to that, we did a separate analysis and hired KPMG to look at what kinds of savings we could generate on an annual basis under a private sector model. And with that, their analysis came back that we could generate between $2 and $6.3 million of annual savings in the first year, and up to $3.8 to $8.5 million in the fifth year. And of course, we won't know exactly what those savings are until we get a response to the RFP. And then once we do that, then those savings would be contractually reflected in the actual agreement that we have with the private operator. And what we're recommending in this report that you set as a policy to hold both the private operators accountable, our contracts with the LA Convention Bureau, and the new governance structure, we recommend that you actually establish a goal to increase convention center attendance to 400,000 from 400,000 today to 425,000 by the year 2020.
So the question is, what are these proposed solutions going to do? And certainly a critical driving force is job growth. And with that, I agree with Miguel in terms of really all of these components are necessary to achieve those objectives and those numbers that he's talked about, both from a general fund savings from operations, but also in terms of the economic and fiscal benefits. But we really want to maximize growth and jobs, and there's certainly concerns that were stated earlier, about jobs. But just as a point of reference, private management typically keeps upwards of 85% of existing employees. But we're really looking at this at a much greater holistic approach from the city's perspective. And one of the things is this is a very unique opportunity to really try and directly influence the local economy through these changes. The hotel growth to date has really been generated by the anticipated stadium development. It's been moderate at best because there's really been no major changes to the convention center. There's been no changes to the critical mass of those attendees who are coming from out of town. But just as an example of the numbers that we're talking about, 2 recent Marriott-branded properties that are under construction now will generate about 400 rooms, but about 820 construction jobs during that period of construction, and about 4,100 new jobs, total jobs, including direct, indirect, and induced. And those are a result of projects outside of the LA Convention Center. So what we want to do is influence that. We really look at this as a holistic approach, one, to how to achieve them, but also to drive those numbers that Miguel spoke of.
And then finally, we'll go into greater detail on the actual structure that we're proposing. So what you have up on the screen is a demonstration of what the current structure looks like. Of course, you as the mayor and the council offices have direct oversight over the activities and the policy at the convention center. There are 2 advisory commissions. One provides advice on the operations and one on the financing. And then we also have within the structure a contract with the LA Convention Bureau, which reports to my office. So there is some confusion both in the public and even internally as to who ultimately is accountable for running the convention center. And the most important part of what we're trying to do is reduce the conflict between citywide conventions, which bring outside visitors to Los Angeles and thus increase our sales tax and hotel taxes, and local trade shows, which create revenue for the facility itself but do not have the same ripple effect. And so this confusion that exists today results in our inability to generate the kind of outside conventions that we want to see. So what we're proposing is changing the model to be consistent with other successful convention centers around the country. And by streamlining the accountability and actually reducing bureaucracy, not increasing it. We're recommending empowering the current advisory committee to actually make it an oversight committee that would be directly accountable for the day-to-day management of the convention center, of establishing a citywide tourism strategy, and also developing and working with the city on a strategy to increase hotel capacity within the downtown area. And it's through that they would have a smaller city department that would provide support for that governance structure, as well as provide direct oversight over the contract with the private operator running the facility, as well as the LA Convention Bureau contract, and create greater coordination among those 2 functions. And so it is through this proposal that we anticipate we'll be able to achieve the objectives that we've laid out. So what's next? Should your council approve our recommendation, then the RFP would go out as soon as possible, and we would begin the process of developing the governance structure and revising the operating policies. And in April, we would come back to you with the final recommendation for the private operator. and the ordinance changes necessary to implement the governance structure. During that time, we would also be working to identify a smooth transition for those workers who currently work there and determine what kind of workforce will be needed to provide the direct support for the new governance structure itself. And it is our hope that this new structure will become effective in July and have a 3-month transition to move forward. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Mr. Santana, will you still have, or we be in a position to still have conversations with the Hotel Association so that we can elevate their comfort level?
Yes, I mean, we started a dialogue with them. We would meet with all the stakeholders, including labor, to address specific concerns that have been raised throughout this process. You know, the point that we were trying to make with all the stakeholders, that if your council chose not to move forward in this process, then it ends here. We're at a point now where we need further direction as to whether to proceed forward, and then the conversation will obviously become much more specific should you agree that this is the way to go.
Okay, and you did say that there will be continued discussions and negotiations with the unions.
That is correct.
Okay, if you could please keep this council apprised as to how that's going.
We will.
Okay, Mr. Englander, you're the first up on the queue.
Okay, thank you very much. I know a lot has gone into this, and there's been a lot of discussion over the years on this, and I want to thank you, Miguel, for your leadership on this. It was funny, when I ran for city council, I had my editorial board meetings in front of the LA Times, and I talked about a lot of the things we had to change in the city of Los Angeles. And they asked what one of them should be, and I started talking about strategic planning and performance-based budgeting initiatives, and a lot of the things we've been talking about here. And they asked if any department at all was actually doing that. They were doing strategic planning and performance-based budgeting and measuring and having a matrix of what works and what doesn't, and actually doing SWOT analysis and all the exciting things that I actually like to talk about and enjoy. And I said, yeah, you know, there's probably a couple, but there's one that I'd really like to point to, and that's the convention center. There's one that has really done a phenomenal job under the leadership at that time of Paria Bassi, who was, I said, the best general manager at that time in the city of Los Angeles. And I didn't know this, but they actually ended up printing that. And Paria ended up framing it and putting it on his wall. And thanked me for it, but I thought it was a private conversation as an editorial endorsement. I had a lot of conversations with Paria, and we became good friends after that. And I said, if you can change any one thing, you've done a phenomenal job at the convention center. As a general manager, you've turned this place around. What would it be? He said, I would step back as general manager. I'd walk away from it, and I'd create a public-private partnership because our hands are tied. You just can't function in a competitive environment with other convention centers that operate in different forms of not just the governance structure that Mr. Koretz talked about, but because we are tied to city laws and within the boundaries that we can't break out of unless we went to this type of model, we can't compete. And we've pretty much hit our maximum ability with where we're at. And so as a great leader, good leaders know when to lead, follow, or get out of the way. And that was his quote, to say it's time to move on and do something different because we can't improve it any further. And there's a lot of potential and opportunity at a terrific location. With that, Mr. Santana, I really do appreciate and applaud your efforts. This is only the next step forward for exploratory, although engaged exploratory efforts for an RFP, to put it out there, to see what's out there, to gauge the marketplace, to measure what our true potential is. I think it would, quite frankly, would be criminal of us, knowing that where we're at right now, financially and economically, we can't recover. We've already put tax increases on the ballot, and we know that only gets us out of the hole. We've just talked about the layoffs and what we've done to sustain, hopefully, some of the civilian layoffs in LAPD just for the next 6 months. We've got a lot of tough times ahead of us, as Mr. Krikorian has shared with us as the chair of budget and finance, and particularly in public safety, with trying to keep fire services and restoration and police on the streets. it's going to get tougher in the next couple of years. So we've got to look at these things. So I urge us to move forward, particularly with this 43A, which I think was very carefully crafted and has done a great job. And I encourage everybody to support it to take the next step. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santana. You're second largest city in the United States administrator. There's national organizations you're familiar with. What are cities doing in relationships to these type of partnerships? Is this a trend happening more, or what do you see from your national standpoint?
Well, this is not a revolutionary idea. This is consistent with the direction that our other major cities are taking. I'll have our experts actually speak
Moscone Center in San Francisco, where Bill Clinton made his longest speech. That is run by the city of San Francisco or the city of or a partnership. What's happening? A management company. And how does that work with labor up there? Because San Francisco is a very labor intensified city. How do they find common ground?
Yeah, I think there's a couple responses to your questions and your concerns. From a Moscone perspective, they have been privately operated for quite a while, and they have a good relationship with union, with labor, with everything.
Right.
And everybody knows our job is to service conventions. If you ask anybody when you walk in, what is your job?
Right.
It's to service
So
conventions.
that's key. Now, if we ask ourselves, remember, who calls us in the community? I don't think people necessarily from the community of our constituents call us, because this is not necessarily a constituent core business, is it, Mr. Santana? This is not a core business of constituencies, but it's a core business of the Hotel Association and a core business of the Los Angeles Visitors and Convention Bureau, formerly known as Los Angeles Inc., but they got more calls for tattoo when they Los Angeles Inc., so they changed their name back to Tourism Board, which is important. Core business is key. And in the future, and I respect all people, especially those who work for the public, but there's a transformation that needs to take place in order to achieve our core business. If this helps us have more money for our trees, hey, we don't have any money for tree trimming, right?
That's correct.
But guess what? The trees are still growing. And guess what? They're blocking signs and they're blocking red lights, green lights, and yellow lights, which then goes back to the city attorney, because someone will lay a claim on us unless we have that clear. We have to do core business, members. And Mr. Koretz, I have great respect for you, the great fine gentleman of the 5th District, but this is not a core business for a city. And also, I want to let you know, members, I don't know if the NFL is going to come. I'd like the NFL to come, but they have choices. They may look absolutely at Farmers Field proposed, but we still have to upgrade our convention business. That they may make that decision. They may go to 1200 Elysian Park Drive and look at that property up there of Dodger Stadium. They may go to City of Industry. They may go to Pasadena. They're going to call that play, and we'll have to react to it. But we should call our play, which is core business, and have a partnership. And it's nothing afraid of public-private partnership. It's important that we reach out and find the best way to do it. So it's key.
Look
and
at
I
your
also
time.
want to say, too, Mr. President, it's very key that we look at this so that we have more money for our core business in this trying time. I thank the CIO's office for this, and I like your scarf.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Alacon.
Council members, I think I concur with a lot of the rhetoric that has been espoused about what we need to do with the convention center, and I absolutely don't have a philosophical problem with exploring the feasibility of privatization of the convention center. I do, however, first let me say that Mr. Labange, with all due respect, I think it's very dangerous to focus on this core service of the city of Los Angeles because it would eliminate so many things that you have fought so long and hard for over the years. To just suggest that we should just focus on the core issues. What about the arts? What about the parks? Even some people would argue. Excuse me, on my time. Yeah, a lot of people would argue that they aren't. That's exactly my point. So rather than speak to whether something is core or non-core, we should just talk about how it is needed and the benefits to the city. In this particular case, my concern has to do with us approving an RFP without knowing what's in it. And the recommendation that came out of budget, I was prepared to vote for because it was going to ask for that RFP to come back with all the changes and some of the negotiated issues fully completed. The current motion that is before us is asking for substantive changes to that RFP that could impact what the proposers do and what they propose. And so I don't know why we would want to move forward with an RFP process without knowing those details first. So I can't support this only because I think we should wait to do the RFP, get those issues finalized, figure out, the negotiating with the bargaining units and all that other stuff. The hotel industry's concerns, I absolutely agree with. The booking issue is critical here. I think the core issue here, Mr. Labange, is how do we get more hotels in closer proximity to the convention center? And a lot of that stuff has to be ferreted out. And so I respectfully will not support this moving forward because I think it's premature relative to the items that we are directing the CAO and others to do that are relative to changing the RFP.
If I could clarify, the draft RFP was attached to the August report. I realize it's been a while, and okay.
But the motion that is submitted is recommending specific changes to this RFP. But they're not specific amendments. They're general amendments that rely on agreements that have yet to be accomplished. And so we don't know what the final product is going to be. I find it unusual that we're voting for an RFP that we don't have before us.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank Mr. Santana and his team for bringing this forward. We were able to hear this in our TCT committee as well. The city of Los Angeles should be a major convention city, and it's not. And it's important that we move forward on this, ensure that, as Mr. Alarcon indicated, core service, what is core service? To me, it's public safety. If people don't feel safe here, they're not going to want to live here, they're not going to want to visit here, they're not going to want to raise their families here. And this is a way to look at some cost savings in our city, and especially as we look at ways to find more revenue sources, and something I'll support. And contrary to public comment about the jobs, I feel this will bring more jobs and more opportunities as we move forward. And I want to thank Mr. Wesson and Mr. Krikorian for this amending motion that in the RFP it would clearly ask a mandatory labor peace agreement for any successful bidder, something that I'll support. My question to you, Mr. Santana, in terms of the LA Auto Show, if we have the opportunity to host a huge convention that will bring thousands of people into our city and our hotel rooms, but we've already moved the auto show 3 times, are we able to negotiate with the auto show on their dates, or are we locked into that date after 3 moves?
We will have a contract that's 1 year at a time, and that will be ultimately what will be legally binding. Currently, we have a 10-year contract with the auto show, which we're halfway through. We have 5 years left, and so during those 5 years, if we ask the auto show to change, which we've done, there's a penalty associated with that. After that 5-year contract expires, we will no longer be adopting contracts that extend more than 1 year. That would then give us the flexibility that we need to make changes. Now, because they are important partners, our goal is to minimize the number of times we ask them to move, and try to work with them so that we accommodate both the needs of the auto show as well as ultimately a citywide convention, and that's what our commitment has been to them.
I appreciate that response. Lastly, if you look at how we fare among other convention centers across the country, I know you showed the bar graph earlier, but paint a picture for me. Where do we stand compared to other convention centers across the city? Do we have a number compared? I mean, not a percentage, but a number. Where do we rank as far as the number?
So in terms of ranking, it's difficult to say. The industry doesn't rank itself in terms of convention centers. In terms of how you compete, in terms of attendance and citywides, you would be far down on the list of competitive cities at the moment for a lot of different reasons that we've talked about here today. Some of the most competitive cities in the country are Chicago, Orlando, Las Vegas, San Francisco. These are cities that have the structure and privatization in place that are taking their asset and maximizing its benefit for its stakeholders, which shows in citywides driving new revenue to the city.
Check your time, Mr.
So to answer your question, you're kind of off the radar at the moment.
Okay, and that's unacceptable,
Right,
colleagues.
right.
You know, we need to move forward on this item, and we need to be a major convention city in this country, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. So the first two aspects of this, I think, are non-controversial, and most folks have looked at and seen positive aspects to this. In the third one, I wanted to ask you something. In San Diego recently, there was a change in law that allows city workers to bid on contracts. And in 4 out of 4 that have been put forward, city workers have actually won those. I think one was for a landfill, one was for street sweeping. Anyways, they've been able to actually reduce costs better than any private companies have. Are public employees in this RFP or in the city right now allowed to bid in on a contract like this?
You know, when we were first talking and exploring this idea, I actually had a conversation with Perea, and I brought up the idea of managed competition, that, you know, it would be a fair thing to do to not only seek the best from the private sector, but to have our own management submit a proposal, and he actually recommended against doing that. He felt, as consistent with what Mr. Englander said, was that he wouldn't be as competitive in light of the number of rules and regulations that we have as a city versus a private sector that has more flexibility. I think certainly that's, you know, I think managed competition is a good idea in a number of areas, and this could be one of them. So,
can we legally do it in the city? Is there any prohibition that you know of?
I would need to refer to the city attorney on that.
I'd like, for this and for future conversations around these lines, to get that report back from the CAO in consultation with the city attorney, because I think working with our unions and talking to others, that is something that we should be able to put out there. We've seen that in the school district, for instance. Teacher groups have been able to come together and actually win competitions for whether a school goes charter or whether it's run by, you know, to have the autonomy. But quite often, the reason I bring it up is quite often what we have is public employees who want those very same rules changed too. They're handicapped, so we don't even give them a chance to compete in fair ground. Like, I talked with Puri about that as well. I think one of the reasons he said that to Mitch, probably to you and to me, is because we can't do incentive-based pay. Well, I'd love to see incentive-based pay across all sorts of departments here. I mean, I'd love to have hypothetically in a future mayoral administration, people who are actually being rewarded for bringing businesses to Los Angeles. That if their pay was based on that, and every single business that you bring, which is something we all would celebrate, if you're the best performer, you get the best bookings, why not give them some bonus pay? You know, the private sector shouldn't have a monopoly on the good things that happen in management and the tools that most managers have that we, quite frankly, aren't. So whether it's the zoo or whether it's the convention center, quite often we're saying, hey, we're going to take this away from you without giving you a chance to actually compete and show whether you could compete if we did our work of changing those rules. And that's the thing, that's the only thing that bothers me here with this, is that I think I'm fine moving forward. I don't know if I'll vote for this when it comes back, but I also think it would be unfair for employees who are saying, look, we are doing a good job. This is the best managed place. So we're going to reward that by saying, hey, now we're going to give it to a completely potentially new management structure. Now in RFPs, we have plenty of them here. People will be compelling. It'll sound rosy, and they may or may not deliver on that. Hopefully they will, if that's the case. But I would rather see, for instance, when we're looking at the zoo, the same complaints that the city employees themselves make are the ones that folks from the outside have made. So, before giving the chance to actually do that, we seem to be rushing forward to do this, and that's my hesitation today. Whether I'd vote against it or not to slow it up, I don't know. I mean, because I do think that we do have to look at being innovative. But fair is fair, and this doesn't feel particularly fair.
Thank you. Ms. Perry?
Very much, Mr. President. So I just want to reiterate a couple of things that we've learned in the last 11 years. Now, the trade shows held us over in the deepest of recessions, and at least it kept us operational. It did bring revenue. But the difference between a trade show and a convention and a worldwide convention, for example, is the amount of hotel bookings that go along with it. So it has a collateral impact of bringing in new revenue, not only for the convention itself, but the hotel bookings, the transit occupancy tax, the restaurant patronage, the use of the entertainment venues. Anyway, a convention benefits everyone. If you need to look for evidence, all you need to do is reflect back on the Microsoft Worldwide Partners Conference, where I think 60,000 people were here over the course of a week. We did not have enough hotel rooms here. They had to book all the way down to Orange County, Beverly Hills, the West Side, all the way out into the San Fernando Valley, and we're still short. That's revenue that we could have had. If you want to change the balance of the discussion that we continue to have about whether to lay people off, whether to furlough them, this is an opportunity. We have a window to leverage an asset that is under our control and make it perform at a higher level. This is not intended to exclude employees or to cast them aside. They are part of this conversation too. So don't categorize it like that. This is a chance to grow, bring in additional revenue, and maybe we can get to a day where we don't have to continue having this conversation about laying people off because we have an overperforming asset rather than an underperforming asset like we've had for the last 15 plus years. So this is a chance to move forward. I don't think there's any reason to hold this up. This is an evolving discussion and a debate, and if someone's not comfortable with that, they need to just say, I don't like it, and I'm going to vote no, and just, call it a day.
Mr. Koretz?
Yes, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to point out that even looking at your own materials, Mr. Santana, under future LACC structure, it says LACC Commission newly empowered, Executive Director CAO newly created. These two simple changes streamline and focus the leadership and strategy for growing LA's convention business. That's what we all want to do. That's what we're all talking about. Why are we so convinced that that change alone won't be enough to accomplish what we're all trying to accomplish and what we're all talking about, which is growing our business?
Right.
Nick, go ahead.
So it's a good question. We see in what we would argue is potentially the most successful convention city that has this structure would be Chicago, right? For many years, the #1 convention city in the country and vies for that today. They've had a commission structure for a long, long time that has helped that city be where it is in terms of the national ranking of convention centers. In the last 2 years, they privatized their center because even as the top convention center in the country, they understand that by privatizing and turning the facility to people who are industry experts around the country with best practices, competing every day for conventions across all the cities, can have an absolute immediate impact that's tied to the performance of the center. So as a city, your goal is to drive more citywide conventions, more hotel rooms, more revenue, right? What is going to put you in the best position immediately to do that? And a commission is part of that. But a private management team will do that on day one, right? And those two changes together will move you from A to Z much more quickly than if you do one of those at a time, in terms of what we see around the country. And transforming you're the #2 city, you're the second largest city in the United States. And to your point earlier, to compete that way immediately is to do this now. private management, and the new commission structure. It really positions you
Do
well.
we have any hard data yet from Chicago to know whether that change actually
Yes.
has resulted in significant improvement?
Yes, we have some data around a couple areas. So financial performance of the center has improved. They've driven additional shows, additional revenues. Importantly, they've been able to contain costs and make decisions more nimbly. On the staff side and customer service side, we see improvements in terms of the surveys from shows and their satisfaction with the center. And this is data that we can share with you and provide to you as well. So.
Yeah, I think beyond just generally saying it, if we could actually get some of that, that would actually be fairly instructive, because obviously they had their act together to some degree to be the top destination to begin with, whereas if we just compare ourselves to ourselves currently, it's not really a fair comparison, because we know we're pretty screwed up. If we make those corrections, then it's something more appropriate to compare it to. But that would be very instructive, a city that we know has a well-run system, and whether taking that step actually was significantly helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
It's important to point out that Gail used to run the convention center in Chicago.
Okay, Mr. Garcetti.
One last thing along the lines of what I was talking about. Thank you, Mr. President. I've been informed, just I know this is a quick bit of legal advice, but that the current contract with our employees does allow folks to compete and to put bids in. Is there any way that we can make sure that that option is available in this RFP and include that? Yeah, it doesn't. But just to spell that out, to make it, if they're not excluded by their contract, to allow that to be part of what the RFP is.
I mean, we would consult. Ultimately, the employees report to the mayor, so we would work with the mayor to instruct the convention center to submit a proposal.
Okay. If there's no objection, can we just add that to the direction to allow that to happen? If look, there's nothing that comes of it, so be it, and then that's a decision made. But it's been at least fair is fair.
Okay, I would view that as friendly.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
And as the CAO continues to work with the Hotel Association for their expertise, I call for the question.
No, we're going to let Mr. Krikorian close. Oh, no, Mr. Krikorian's fine. Okay, Mr. Labange, we're going to follow.
I retract that.
Oh, thank you.
Except about the Hotel
Mr. Krikorian to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. One quick question. I know that there has been some concern expressed by some that the city has invested a great deal in this infrastructure with tax-exempt bonds, and some have expressed a concern that this any privatization proposal might create some risk of a requirement of defeasance of those bonds. Is there anything in what we're voting on today that could pose that risk? Has there been an analysis done of that? Has there been advice that's been given to the city yet to give us confidence that in moving forward with the proposal that there is no risk of a requirement of defeasance of the bonds?
We did consult with council on that question. This is a management contract which allows you to maintain the tax-exempt status of your bonds and still engage in a private operator. We're doing that now with the animal shelter in the San Fernando Valley. It's a publicly financed animal shelter supported by bonds that were voted on by the public, and it's currently run by a non-governmental agency with Best Friends. And so it's the exact same model that we're applying here. So the final proposal that's submitted by the private sector and shared with all of you for final approval will be also presented to Bond Council to reassure us that, in fact, there's no jeopardy to the tax-exempt status of those bonds.
Very good. Thank you very much. With that, members, I think that the proposal before us, something that we've been moving toward for a very long time. There's been a great deal of work put into this to achieve the objectives that we all want to achieve, which is focusing on the things that the city should be focusing its attention on, our core services, finding a new management structure that will allow the marketing of the city to dovetail more closely with our convention management, and reduce costs, and at the same time create private sector jobs. So in my view, this is absolutely something that we should move forward. The amendments that are before you in 43A strike a balanced approach that protects the city employees that have done such an excellent job while still moving us forward with a more modern and competitive structure for this very competitive industry. So I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, you're going to make a recommendation?
Yes, just for clarity for all of us colleagues, that what we have before us is amending motion 43A, and I just want to clarify that that is the amending motion to the TCT report, and that is what is before us. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do you want to respond?
No, that's very good, sir. If we have a second, that should
I
do
second it.
Very good.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Mr. Alarcon, you would like to switch to be a no? Okay. Well, then we can just change it. All right. Okay. Mr. Labange and Mr. Reyes, it's my understanding that you have a Rule 23.
Yes, I believe it's handed out as a special one. Special 2, I'm sorry.
Before council is special 2, I believe the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, city staff has learned from the state that council had to act to, or has to act to accept state contributions and execute an agreement with the state before the end of the year. Due to the impending council recess, immediate action is required for council to take those actions before next week. And this is regarding the North Spring Street, Baker Street State Historic Park area. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
All right, Mr. City Clerk, let's on the findings. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Reyes.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this is $100,000 that will take it to a fairly big step in designing the street corridor that aligns the state park. It's known as the Historic State Park by Chinatown. It's 36 acres. This helps the design for improvement on sidewalks, streets, makes it a major boulevard where it'll be pedestrian friendly. Right now, it's rather dangerous. If you all have been to Nick's Cafe, that whole area in there, it'll be a vast improvement. Again, this is a very critical step in complementing the state's work in improving that parkway. So I encourage an aye vote.
Mr. Reyes, you've done so much in that part of the city. That's as is no other speakers on the queue. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Hold on, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas has an announcement. Mr. Cardenas.
First, if we could reconsider item 18.
All right, let me ask just a quick question, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any other specials today?
Yes, sir, we do. We have a special one that's been circulated.
Well, could we just run this through right now, please, on the special one? Mr. Parks is going to speak for Ms. Perry. Mr. Parks, this is the special one?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, 14-year-old Jessica Garcia was shot as she walked on Vernon Avenue near Hooper Avenue on December 9th at 1:20 a.m. Immediate action is required to offer a reward for information leading to the arrest of the suspect for the safety of the community. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
All right, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much. I'd ask that we approve a $50,000 reward for this incident that happened on December the 9th. 14-year-old Jessica Garcia was a victim of a homicide. Suspect is 18 to 25 years old, described as an Hispanic male, black or dark brown hair, stands 5'5" to 5'7", approximately 120 pounds. He was wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt and dark pants at the time. Anyone that has information regarding this incident should contact Newton Detectives, Detective Arciniega or Detective Spears. Phone number 323-846-6556 or 323-846-6579. That's for an aye vote.
All right, no speakers on the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. Forthwith on that. Mr. Cardenas now. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
Can we please reconsider 18A?
Absolutely, Mr. President. We'd first have to vote for reconsideration.
All right, let's vote for reconsider the request of Mr. Cardenas for 18. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. Okay, now it's before us, Mr. Cardenas.
All I request is that we put the item over to January 30th, which is a scheduled council date. Thank you.
Any objection to laying this over to the new year? So ordered. Next item before us will be Mr. Cardenas, in and on the announcement.
Thank you very much. The Ad Hoc Committee on Economic Development is agendized for 2 o'clock today. And so that people aren't sitting around due to a conflict of schedule, we'll probably be convening the committee closer to 2:30. Okay, so the Ad Hoc Committee on Economic Development will actually commence closer to 2:30, not 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Zine, the fine gentleman of the 3rd District.
Thank you. Thank you. Could we take item number 50? We got people who have been sitting here since 10.
In just a moment. Hold on,
5-0.
please. All right, item 50, I have one public comment card. Will be Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs. The next card is Mr. Dude. Mr. Sachs is on his way to Lenox. Mr. Dude, you're up.
Memorandum of the understanding for an...
Here.
I'll pass on this one. I'll pass.
Thank you very much. There's no speakers on the queue. Mr. Zine? Okay, Mr. Zine, we've completed our public comment. Thank you, Mr. Dude. We're going to open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes, so ordered. Next item will be number 43, Mr. Weezar. 44, Mr. Weezar.
Yes, sir. We would like to perhaps take up the public comments first.
44.
Yes, and then speak on that item.
Yes, on number 44. It was satisfied in committee, but we note you, Mr. Dude, of the card. No public comment required. Thank you, Mr. Dude. Mr. Weezar, back to you.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, I thank you for your consideration of this item today. My staff and others have been working very closely with the Departments of Transportation and Planning and the Bureaus of Engineering and Street Services to make a bike sharing program in Los Angeles a reality. I'd like to thank Lisa Sarno from the Mayor's Office for introducing Derek from Bike Nation to the city. I'd also like to thank the Council President and the Chairs of Transportation and Public Works Committee for helping usher the motion and program through the necessary process. My district is blessed with a rich transit infrastructure and dense network of bikeable streets. In just over a year, we've added bike lanes on numerous downtown streets, including Main, Spring, First, Los Angeles, Cesar Chavez, Grand, and Olive, and there are many more to come after the year. We've also been improving the connections into and out of downtown with bike networks connecting through Boyle Heights to the east and other directions. Because it is the epicenter of Los Angeles transit and bicycle infrastructure, it makes sense for Bike Nation to roll out first in downtown Los Angeles. The motion and report from the Department of Transportation recommended a phased rollout in 4 neighborhoods: downtown, Westwood, Venice, and Hollywood. Mr. Garcetti, as this motion went through committee, some other council members, and Mr. Labange. As this motion went through committee, some other council members expressed not only support, but a desire for bike sharing to extend beyond these first 4 target areas. I assure you, Bike Nation's plan is to eventually cover more of Los Angeles, but starting with these 4 locations offers a reasonable pilot. Approval of this item will allow the installation of the first kiosks in downtown very soon. I ask my fellow council members to support this item. I want to thank Bike Nation and all the other council members who made this possible. This is a great thing for the city to move forward. We should have been doing this years ago, and we're doing it now, which is a great thing, but I think once people see it, it's going to spawn additional demand for these types of efforts. Thank you very much.
Oh, Mr. Huizar, thank you, and I know the good work you're doing over at El Pueblo. They're going to get a bike rental facility there, too.
That's right.
You got that very good. Mr. Garcetti, and your champion work.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Huizar. Very proud to have co-introduced this motion and to have worked on this, too. And proudly was wearing my Bike Nation hat just yesterday. Creating a permitting system for bike sharing stations, colleagues, I think is in the public right of way is a no-brainer for us. It's similar to what we did for shared cars when we did this, and it can be Zipcar, it can be Bike Nation, it can be different companies, but these are the first ones who have come to us and have really shown leadership. We did that in Hollywood so that there's premium parking spaces for shared cars. Similarly to being able to have rights of way for the bike sharing as well is going to be critical to reducing the car traffic that we have. And we need to have as diverse a range of transportation options as the people in the communities of Los Angeles that visit and play and work here. I can see tourists in Hollywood enjoying this. I can see residents in Venice, folks who are working here downtown. And that's going to be a key element, I think, to Los Angeles' future transportation infrastructure. So thank you to all the city departments who have already weighed in, and to the mayor's office, Lisa, and others, to the Department of Transportation, as well as the mayor and councilmember Huizar for their commitment. So let's move this forward and let's build out our own transportation infrastructure. I want to thank Mr. Rosendahl, who's been a real champion as the chair of transportation as well, for this revolution that's happening with bikes, and see this as a moment when the car culture of Los Angeles, where the car used to be king, maybe got chipped away a little bit and changed and transformed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Buscaino of the 50th District.
Wow, we got it right, Tom. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just stand. We heard this in Public Works Committee, but for the record, Mr. Huizar, we'd like to get one of these bike sharing components in the Port of Los Angeles, meeting with Dr. Nance, who expressed interest, and she's working hand in hand with the companies and such, but wanted to also like to see another. I mean, I know where this is a number of these bike sharing components across the city, but I'd like to have one in Watts as well, because we have John Jones of the East Side Riders, an amazing organization moving Watts forward literally on bikes. So I want to publicly acknowledge our work with the Port of Los Angeles and making sure we have one of these bike sharing programs in the LA waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. There's no speakers on the queue, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. Yeah, thank all those the public speakers.
Both reports have identical recommendations, sir. Council.
Lisa Sarno from the mayor's office, thank you. And Michelle Mowry, you never get enough thanks from LADOT. Thank you very much. Bike Nation. Next, item 52, Mr. Clerk. Let's pull up 52. 52. And Mr. Zine, would you stay to the side, please, Mr. Zine? Mr. City Attorney, would you relax and sit down? That'd be great. Thank you very much. Okay, number 52, would you call that, Mr. City Clerk?
Perhaps before doing so, we should revisit 44. There is a slight variation in the recommendation, sir, if you'd care to reconsider 44.
Let's revisit for reconsideration. Open 44. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Open 44. That's all right. So ordered. Over the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Reconsideration before us on this particular item. Mr. Clerk, give us the lowdown.
I believe the council members Huizar and Buscaino had moved the Public Works Committee report for item 44.
Item 44. Any comment from Mr. Huizar or Mr. Buscaino? No comment. Let's reconsider that, which we did. Now let's vote on it. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. Very good. Now, how about 52?
Yes, sir. Item 52, called special for cards, and Councilmember Huizar.
All right. Mr. Dude, you have a comment card. Mr. Sachs, we recognize you. You're not here. And also Mr. Walsh. But Mr. Dude first, please. Mr. Dude first, please. Come on up, Mr. Dude. Don't be shy. Here we go. That's okay. We're good.
My cousin.
Very good.
Yeah, he hates Mexicans except me. We're just kidding. Anyway, see, communication from the city clerk and the resolution relative certified to the result of the votes of the cast of the Special Community Facilities District 9 Downtown Street Car election held Monday, December 3rd, 2012. Really, I'm just concerned that, yeah, we all need moving around, but we all need housing first.
Mr. City Attorney?
We don't need no landlord.
He is not discussing this item.
Well, I don't really like to discuss a lot of your red tape because it leads us nowhere.
Well, if we can help you, we could go to the ropes. A Bach or somebody could help you. Thank you, Mr. Dude. Have a good day. Mr. Walsh, please.
Point of order. It's freezing in here. You turned on the air conditioning. My hands are numb. You're wasting money.
All right, Sergeant, would you investigate that for Mr. Walsh?
Okay, thank you for turning it off. Let me tell you about this election. The property owners didn't get to vote. Only the people who lived quite near this Toonerville trolley route got to vote. The property owners who will pay the lion's share of the money are seriously considering a lawsuit. And you will lose this lawsuit because the people who voted for this, the renters who are under rent control, will not pay for it. You know, it's so sad that renters and property owners now, capitalists and the lower class, have to fight against the government. This Toonerville trolley, their answer to everything is build rail. The answer is trolleys. That isn't the answer in this city. I just want you to know, come to our website, HollywoodHighlands.org. Anybody but Garcetti for mayor.
Mr. Walsh, Toonerville is not in Broadway area. You know where it is. Thank you very much. Mr. Weezar?
Thank you, Mr. President, for the geographical correction. And colleagues, as you know, local funding for the Los Angeles streetcar was approved last week by 73% of the voters, far surpassing the two-thirds supermajority needed to pass this item. I want to thank all of you who voted to allow this issue to be taken to the voters and who have encouraged us along the way when things got tough for a project like this. It's not every day that a council office goes out and builds a streetcar system in the city of LA, and we went along the road trying to find a rock each way across the river to get to the other side of the bank, but we did it so far to this point. I want to recognize the CAO staff and consultants who came together to work through the process, as well as the fantastic team at the City Clerk's Office and the Department of Transportation, Metro, who have stepped up to plate to make this a truly public-private partnership. And of course, the CIRA, who is no longer with us, provided the initial funding for this project, and they had provided the initial $10 million to get this effort underway. We had tremendous support from property owners. A majority of property owners along the route supported it, and they said, we support the streetcar, tax us, we will be happy to pay for it. We have an incredible team of people who are working on this to make sure it continues its momentum. In fact, our nonprofit organization, LA Streetcar, are not here today because they are on the other side of downtown in a board meeting strategizing our trip to Washington, D.C. to get the rest of the money to make this a real possibility. I also want to recognize Jessica Wellington McLean on my staff, who spearheaded it from our office. This is a good day for downtown, a good day for the city. Many of us have nostalgia about the streetcars that used to roam the streets of L.A. It is good. They are good for the environment, good for economic development. Everywhere those streetcars go, you see revitalizations, as they did in Portland and Seattle. We will break ground, hopefully, in 2014 and ride a streetcar once again in the streets of downtown L.A. in the year 2016, if all goes well. Wish us luck in Washington, D.C., as we get the remainder of the funds to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and to Jessica, too. And I remind you, our sister city of Bordeaux has a streetcar system that has the tape, power, no overhead wires that protects the historic core of that city. I want you to learn about that as well. Thank you very much. No speakers on the queue. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
So ordered. Next item will be number 51, please. Mr. Walsh is left for the day, and Mr. Dude, 1 minute. 1 minute, sir.
I don't really need that much because I'm still confused on the hotel and the convention center issue. Did you say hardcore or softcore? It's all about bringing in money, baby.
All right, that completes the public comment on that. No speakers on the queue. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. Next item will be, Mr. Clerk. 53.
53 called special for cards.
Okay, on those cards, they have Mr. Sachs, and Mr. Dude's time is complete. That's no public comment. Thank you. Have a good afternoon, sir. No speakers on the queue. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes. So ordered. Next item. Number 40, item 47. Is that correct? Let's.
Yes, sir. Item 47 called special for cards.
Yeah, and Mr. Sachs has left the building. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And the members, on behalf of Mr. Wesson, want to thank the committee chair for having full committees, which allow us at times to move forward on the city's business. What's next, Mr. Clerk?
That would be item 1 called special for cards.
1. So on item number 1, and Mr. Dude, there's no other cards. And Sergeants, if you could escort the young people up to sit down in the front here, since we have room. We have visiting students. We want to find out what school they're from. That's okay, but give them a minute, Mr. City Attorney. All right, no speakers on the queue. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
14 ayes.
Mr. President, would you care to send all items forthwith today, sir?
Absolutely, and we want to thank the city clerk's office for their work every day, Mr. Wesson and Mr. Reyes and I. And Sergeant, would you introduce the class right now since you're there? I'm going to put you in that role real quick. Here we go.
This is Elizabeth Quinones, who's going to introduce her school.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. This is our school from the Accelerated School, a charter school in Los Angeles on Main and Martin Luther King. And we're here on a tour. We just came back from the Getty House, so they're all really excited.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to your City Hall. Okay, now I want to go close out general public comment, Mr. Clerk. So if I could get Mr. Hop to come forward. Okay, come on, Sergeant. Richard Hop. Go right ahead.
Is it morning or afternoon now? Good afternoon. There is an issue regarding a public comment that has been sent to a council member, and it's getting pretty problematic. January 6th, I requested a meeting with a legislative deputy, and finally, after numerous emails and my attorneys calling, I finally got a meeting September 11th. This legislative deputy stated that they were going to send the proposed motion for the councilman to introduce to the city attorney's office. During numerous requests on status, this individual represented it's still being worked on by the city attorney's office. As of today, after speaking to the city attorney's office, legislative office, and city clerk's office, this individual has not submitted anything in any capacity to these individuals. On December 8th, when I asked this individual in Van Nuys what the status was, this individual admitted She didn't do anything because she doesn't have to. I asked her if this is in reply to my November 23rd Public Records Act request that was received. According to her, she does not have to respond to a Public Records Act request because it's an illegal Public Records Act request, and the government is exempt from Public Records Act requests. I brought this attention to the city attorney's office before I came over here. Their position is, if the client does not want to respond, Mr. Hopp, if you have to sue again the city to compel, that's fine. I would like to know what we could do to resolve this issue. A Public Records Act request is overdue. I have a legislative deputy that has admitted that she lied, and nothing's happening. If the city wants me to litigate it again, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopp. Okay, sergeants, if we could now, Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted, item number 10 has been continued. I just wanted to make sure that the record reflected it was continued until next Friday, this coming Friday, because I wasn't here when it was continued. So, okay, thank you.
Correct, sir.
Okay, then. Sergeants, if you could clear out the council chambers, we have one item left, and that's a closed session item. So individuals that are not supposed to be here should be gone. So if we could clear out the council chambers. And I also want to say that Mr. Hopp's public comment concludes general public comment for today. And sergeants,
just takes 1 cup.
Every year, thousands of children in our community drop out of school, they quit on their families, they give up on themselves. But together we can change that.
By sponsoring a child for the cost of 1 cup of coffee a week, you can provide a child with a mentor, a place to play,
and a safe haven like Hollenbeck Pal.
With 1 cup, I can play soccer after school.
With 1 cup, it helped me get here to college, preparing for my future.
It just takes a moment to change a child's life. Go to onecup.org and make a difference today.
So are we back open for business, Sergeants? Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you read the item that we just dispensed with?
Yes, sir. In regards to item number 62, in the case entitled Ronald Crump versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $1,552,000. $52,293.68.
Okay, on this item, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, all right. Yes, Mr. City Attorney.
Just for the record, in closed session, the vote on that was 9 ayes, 3 noes, with no votes from Mr. Krikorian, Parks, and Zine.
Mr. Krikorian? I didn't.
He's not here, which is why he wasn't recorded.
Okay, so then Mr. Parks, I think, is in the men's room, and he can, okay, because he would not change his vote, so hopefully you guys will stay on top of that, and we can give him the vote that he really registered.
Transportation will meet at 2:30.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl indicates that transportation will meet at 2:30. Mr. Clerk, what business is still before this body?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, they are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Okay, announcements. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had an opportunity this morning at 5:30 to join the parishioners at Holy Family Parish to celebrate Our Lady of Guadalupe Mass. It was over 400 people in Wilmington. I was just really blessed to be a part of the Mass celebration, and I want to thank Father Vidal for a beautiful Mass and a number of individuals and community members from Wilmington coming together as a faith community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Buscaino. Point of personal inquiry. Did you go to confession, young man? Thank you very much. Okay. Any other announcements? Mr. Englander.
Yes, today, 12-12-12. As I represent the 12th District, 12-12-12. So it's a great day. We're having a 12-12-12 celebration in the 12th District. That'll last till 12 o'clock.
Thank you very much. And on other announcements on 12-12-12, there's a 12-12-12 concert tonight at Madison Square Gardens. It's Harvey Weinstein's group put it together. The Rolling Stones, Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joel, everyone's to support relief for the people of the tri-state area. Watch for that, and if you can, make a donation to help for recovery, direct recovery. It's a great program. Also, this Saturday morning, in Mr. Reyes' district, I announced this for behalf of Mr. Reyes, the Homeboy Industries will have their 5K run walk. Sign-ups at 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. it starts. Beautiful time to be in the central part of the great city of the Angels at the State Historic Park and support Homeboys Industries. Any other announcements? Any adjourning motions? All rise for adjourning motions on this date. Councilmember Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. Lodge. Colleagues, today I'd like to adjourn in memory of Leonard Gross of Emerville, California, and the CD family. Considered Leonard as an extended family member of the city family. His grandson Aaron Gross works for the Port of Los Angeles, and Aaron's wife Carrie works for the mayor's office. Lenny, as he was affectionately known, passed away peacefully on December 8th at the age of 94, surrounded by his family who loved him very much. Born in Oakland in 1918 to Max and Becky Gross, he attended University High, graduated from UC Berkeley in 1940, and went on to work for Kaiser Industries during the war years. Lenny became a CPA and later earned a JD degree from Golden Gate University. He was a longtime California probate referee and was recognized for his accomplishments by the City of Oakland and the California State Senate. In addition to his professional achievements, Lenny was an avid and accomplished golfer, having won numerous trophies on the course. He will be remembered for his positive outlook on life, always approaching the day-to-day in a glass-half-full way. Lenny will best be remembered for his wonderful sense of humor and his verve for life. He loved to laugh and had a great joke ready for every occasion. His legendary birthday parties where he wore crazy hats and a clown nose will be remembered not just for the off-collar jokes, but for the fun he had with his numerous family and friends. Lenny touched the lives of all who knew him, and he will be greatly missed. He is survived by his brothers Sylvan and Alfie, his son Barry, and his wife Barbara, his daughter Lori Current and her husband Stan, his grandchildren Tracy, Andrew, Daniel, Tyler, Philip, Mara, and Aaron, his 13 great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews, all of whom adored as much as life itself. Funeral service will be held on Friday, December 14th at 10 a.m. at the Home of Eternity in Oakland. In lieu of flowers, the family asked that donations be made to the Rutlinger Community for Jewish Living or a charity of one's choosing. May Lenny Leonard Gross rest in peace. Thank you.
What a very special 92 years. What a blessing to live, and what a beautiful tribute there, Mr. Buscaino. Yes. Any other adjourning motions? Remember, every day's a blessing. Go forward and serve the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much. This meeting's over.